And also we will make screenshots of the participants. So if you don't want to be part of that, so then please turn your camera off. The chat will be saved to come back to the questions, and it will be open till the end of the conference, and everything will also be part of the documentation. So we will have a lot of inputs and expertise, and we will have time for questions and answers, but in the same time, there are so many of you, so maybe it's not possible to answer all questions, but they will be documented, collected, and to keep any inspiration of it. There is a change in the program. Unfortunately, the colleagues from UN Habitat had to cancel their inputs. They will not be with us, and we will work all together from now on till 3:30 p.m. CET and 2:30 UTC time. We will have breaks in between, you know, we will have inputs, questions and answers, and I think altogether at least three pauses, 3 breaks, you know, so to relax and to get energy for the next inputs. So let me see, we will work in a team, you know, it's all the time, teamwork already. There is Sarah, Farina, Gotelind from GenderCC, and if there should be any technical problem, you know, internet's not working or whatever, you know, it will be like a dance, you know, somebody will have internet, you know, and will just take over the moderation. And they will also observe the chat and the Padlet questions and so on to get your questions, your insights, your comments, and so on. And we will communicate during the whole conference. So for now, did I put everything on the list? Sarah, Farina, I will look at you. Yeah. Then the next thing would be that we are a little curious who is in the room, you know, even if it is a virtual room, we would like to know a bit about you. So also that you can see who is here. And the GenderCC team prepared some questions on Mentimeter, and we tried it, you know, it worked in advance, you know, so now we hope that it will work again. Maybe Sarah, you can or you have already the Mentimeter link put on in the chat.
I've shared it in the chat. It worked yesterday, it didn't work this morning. I hope it works.
So, all right.
You just need to click on the link and then you can answer the questions.
Right. You will find questions like, what did you have for breakfast today? And to come a bit into the topic, you know, so in the right energy, and also we would like to know what motivates you to participate in this conference, and also a bit about your background as a third questions. How are you participating here as a member of civil society or grassroots activists, city representatives, and so far. And we will get, wow, you see it already, the work clothes. Yeah, coffee is a dominant issue, I see. Yeah. But, you know, the header are the fruits. So. Okay.
Claudia, at the bottom, you can see the number of people have participated. So we're at 20 people.
Yeah,
we will wait a little bit.
Now.
Yeah,
yes. Let's say I see it's breakfast is dancing, yeah, in this word cloud. We'll give it a bit of time. And we also can find out how easy or difficult it is to participate in this Mentimeter questionnaire. If there are any technical questions, please don't hesitate to answer, to question Sarah or Farina in the chat. Now, for me, it seems to stick to 25, is it right? So maybe we can go and get the next question.
Oh, sorry, there's still people writing. I was just saying what I was muted. So I'm just sharing again.
Ah, okay.
There's some things I don't know what it is, but it looks interesting.
But what I see now is that the T faction is getting stronger.
Okay.
All
so
right.
Cross fingers because
yes, so it works, yes, at least. So shall we? Do we get the second questions? So
yes,
the motivation for to participate here.
Do you see the second question now? You should be able to see it.
Yes.
Okay, yay. The conference was a success for me already.
So you can, anyway, you can give an applause if it, if it works like that, or use the emojis.
I will share that again. Can one of you paste the link again in the chat? Because I am sure there might be some people joining us still, and then this would be helpful to post it again. But we have vivid participation here.
So what do we see? Gender justice is very much in the focus. And a lot of other inspiring motivations. Also job topics, I say, yeah. It's about sharing.
You can still participate.
Yeah. It's 26 now, we can see it on the right, bottom line.
It's only 173 people missing. So.
The global approach, sharing, empowerment. Alliance building. A lot of justice, ecological justice, climate justice, gender justice. How many are we, Sarah? 34?
34.
34?
Do you want me to move or the last question,
yeah.
or do we wait
Can you see how much participation we see? But at least we get an idea, you know.
34 people for now.
Yeah. There is no doubt that gender justice is the key motivation.
Okay, let me know when you want me to move.
Yeah, maybe we can move now to the third questions, where we would like to get to know a bit about your stakeholder background. Is it civil society? Is it grassroots activism? Are you a city representative or from a government, national or regional? Or are you a member of a UN agency. Maybe, Sarah, people have to make a decision, you know, sometimes they have different roles. Yeah.
Actually, you can post all that applies, so you can also
you can have different
click 5
roles.
times if you like.
All right, so so this comes closer to reality. All right, a lot of civil society, a lot of grassroots activism. I hope that the 0 regarding UN agency doesn't mean that there is no relevance about, so please feel heavily invited if you didn't answer yet to give an answer about your background or the different roles. Civil society, second, governments, others. I would like to get a little idea, who is others? Do we have a chance to get something in the chat? Please don't hesitate. If you would make if you voted for others in this moment, please, maybe you like to introduce yourself in the chat. All right, Sarah, how does it look like?
So we have people from science and academia, I think.
Okay.
That is really nice. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So far, Sarah, or is there any more further movement? Yeah.
It's fine. Go ahead.
Super, great. Yeah, so at least we have an idea. So all together. So thank you for that, and thank you, Sarah. It worked, yes. So to communicate in this large community. So now I'd like to introduce you as next the welcome speaker. And first of all, we have Birte Rodenberg as a board member of GenderCC, Women for Justice, who will talk to us. And directly after that, Luisa Rölke, she will give a welcome address, as well as head of International Climate Policy Division of the German Federal Foreign Office. And both of them are since years into gender justice topics, Birte as consultant and evaluator, and, you know, with her whole heart, as I know her, in the topic. And so she will start now. So I pass over, Birte. Virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Thank you for this warm welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, hello, and a warm welcome to all of you. As Claudia has already introduced me, my name is Birte Rodenberg. I'm a member of the board of GenderCC and based in Berlin. And on behalf of the board of GenderCC, Women for Climate Justice, I would like to cordially welcome all of you to our conference, Gender into Urban Climate Change Initiative. In particular, I'd like to welcome Mrs. Luisa Rölke, head of the International Climate Policy Division at the German Federal Foreign Office, and Mrs. Judith Commenges, gender focal point for urban planning, infrastructure, and mobility of the agency ZUG. ZUG is in charge of managing the International Climate Initiative ICI of the German Federal Ministry of Environment, and I would like to express the board's sincere thanks for the generous funding we have received for the Gucci project. I would also like to welcome warmly our partners and especially the representatives of the Gucci partner organizations. The project has been concluded successfully, and that wouldn't have been achieved without you, the very committed and reliable protagonists. On behalf of the board, I would like to thank you, the activists from Equidad de Género de Mexico, All India Women's Conference from India, GenderCC Southern Africa from South Africa, ACSI for Gender, Social and Ecological Justice, and Solidaritas Perempuan from Indonesia. Now, as you've pointed out, cities are key actors for the implementation of climate adaptation and mitigation policies. Already today, we know that cities are responsible for approximately 75% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Besides, we can state that the social inequality of tomorrow will be urban and not gender neutral. Cities account for over 70% of the global GNP, but women do not receive their fair share of the economic benefits. They do more than 60% work in precarious conditions in the informal sector and lack social security. I know you will draw on facts like these and on gendered inequality linked to the climate crisis like these in the discussion later on. I'm sure that the expertise of all speakers from project partners, from the ministries, agencies, and also from UN Habitat being here today will lead to a very fruitful final evaluation of this important feminist project. Colleagues and dear guests, the current war of aggression in Europe has shown us clearly the linkages between fossil fuels as a cause of climate change and also as a dirty mean and basis for patriarchal and hegemonic politics. Thinking globally, and allow me to put it that simple, we would need more of locally embedded projects as you have implemented them successfully within the Gucci initiative. In this sense, I wish you all a successful evaluation and also celebration of the Gucci projects and a fruitful discussion. With this, I want to hand over again to Claudia, to our facilitator, Claudia Norzis, and Claudia, already from our side, from the board, our thanks to you for your support.
Thank you so much, Birte. So, and also to remember us to not forget to celebrate whatever, you know, has been already done. And yes, and now I like to pass over for the next welcome address to Luisa Rölke, and as head of International Climate Policy Division. Luisa, it's yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. I hope you can hear me. That's perfect. So, dear Ms. Rodenberg, dear Ms. Alber, distinguished project managers, distinguished, oh, now my telephone is ringing, sorry. I hope they don't try it again.
Invite them to the conference.
Distinguished project managers and participants. Yeah, though that's it's. Let me just say I will call them back.
Probably there is a lot of communication in the Federal Foreign Office in the moment, so we are with you.
So I'm trying again now. But what I want to say is it's a great pleasure for me to join you today for this closing event of a very successful and valuable project with this really fancy name Gucci. I entered this new job not a long time ago, like half a year ago, and when I read this name, then I read this name, then I was really my whole attention was immediately drawn to the project to find out what's behind it. Maybe some words about me and my role. As you already mentioned, I'm head of the climate change unit in the German Foreign Office. And maybe that's a bit surprising, but it's due to the elections that took place last year in Germany. So climate change policy moved to the Foreign Affairs Ministry, or the Foreign Office, as it's usually called. And the idea and the aim behind it is really to put climate change policy really high on the agenda of our bilateral and cooperation and our multilateral engagement. And we are also, or we aim at really using this network, this worldwide network of the Foreign Office with the embassies, really to enhance our outreach on climate change, and also, of course, with regard to gender mainstreaming in climate policies. So just that, some words about this background and this new position we are in. Currently, and that is a topic that is really very much discussed, and here within the Foreign Office, we are facing a big crisis with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I also would like to take this opportunity to express the German view that the invasion is unacceptable, terrifying, and not justified at all. But let me come back to the subject today about gender mainstreaming in climate policy. We all know that climate change is already taking place. It's accelerating, and also the impacts of climate change are becoming more and more severe. We also learned from the latest IPCC report that urgent action is needed, that the impacts of climate change, that vulnerable countries are hit most, and also that women are hit most, and that, of course, a big responsibility is from politicians and policymakers to address gender aspects in the climate change policy in order to keep this 1.5 degree into reach, and also to improve and enhance adaptation and resilience of cities. I think that's what we also heard from the latest IPCC report, that especially cities close to coastal zones are very vulnerable, and it's very important to change planning processes and to, let's say, go away from this end of pipe adding adaptation or resilience project, but really to change the whole approach of planning in order to become more resilient. And of course, integrating gender aspects and empowering women and girls in this planning of urban areas is very critical. And it's also becoming especially important as a majority of the world's population lives in cities. So I just wanted to reflect on that, okay, on that issue again. When the project GUCCI, or Gender into Urban Climate Change Initiative, was launched, I think we had no idea how successful it would be. We followed closely the developments and achievements that were made during the last 6 years, and we are very pleased to have seen a positive domino effect with new cities and countries joining the project. However, we all know that moving the lines of a structural discriminating system is a long-lasting work, and it will be challenged with every new crisis to come. And we also know that the COVID-19 pandemic had impact on the project and on the development of the project, and was also responsible for some of the delays. And we acknowledge, and we are really very glad that, however, GUCCI came to a very good end, nevertheless, and really fighting all the difficulties that we had to experience during the last years. So what exactly has GUCCI achieved? I think, and I understood, that it has been a pioneer with the development of tools for gender assessment, like the so-called Gamma method. It has also empowered many women across the world to engage in climate action and improve resilience of their cities. And this uptake in knowledge will stay. And I am very hopeful, and we are very sure that these climate champions are contributing to better livelihoods. We also think that, of course, this project is a very good example of how civil society and politics can work together and to build networks and to inspire each other. I think it has been a great accomplishment. The Gucci project has been the first, or I think one of the first projects of the German International Climate Initiative, or short ICI, that aimed at empowerment of women. And with the Gucci project, ICI has been a pioneer, which makes us a bit proud, to be very honest. But gender equality in climate policy is not a woman's issue only. Everybody is called upon to contribute to gender equality in this decade. To this extent, it was a great pleasure for us really to introduce the ICI gender strategy during COP26. And let me underline and ensure that ICI is really continuing to work in this gender mainstreaming climate policy field, and that we will even strengthen our engagement in this regard. I understood that you will hear more about the ICI gender strategy later at this event, and I will come to an end now. And last but not least, I really would already like to very, very much thank you, all the project managers, project participants, and everybody who really made this project a success. And I really would like to express my recognition to everybody. And with this, I wish you a fruitful discussion. Unfortunately, I have to leave. I cannot stay, but my colleagues, Sebastian and Annelies, they will be here, and they are really interested to follow the discussion and learning about the outcomes and the outcomes of the projects and the maybe also the next steps. So have a very nice workshop, and I think I give back or hand over to Claudia Neusi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Luisa. Rölke, for these encouraging words, and also pointing out that there are a lot of achievements, I think, important for all the change agents in the world, to become aware all the time the sources of success and the sources of energy, knowing that there is still a wide way to go. So thank you very much, Luisa, and all the best. Take care in these times also in the Foreign Office. Yeah, so thank you. We carry on with welcome addresses, and now I would like to pass over to Gotelind. What to say about Gotelind? I could tell you a lot, but definitely she's co-founder of GenderCC, and somehow also the heart of GenderCC, and one of the driving forces from the beginning. She is also board member, founder, board member, and she will also go now towards her welcoming words, bringing us a bit more into the topic. And we will now go into the use of Padlet. So Sarah will put and post a link to Padlet in the chat, and so how to use it. If you open the link, you will see the Padlet, and you can directly pose questions when you listen to the inputs, like now with Gotelind, but also all other speakers following. You can directly pose questions and then double click anywhere on the surface and post the name, maybe in the next round, if you want to address a specific speaker. And so, well, Gotelind, floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Claudia. And thanks a lot to Luisa Rölke for her warm words. And welcome from my side to all the participants. Can you hear me? Because just in this second, a big machine started next door to make a lot of noise. So can you hear me?
Your audio is great, Gotelind.
Okay, great. So I just want to give a brief introduction into the project. Okay, so our starting point, I think it was already mentioned, urbanization, complex risks for cities. So I have here a quote from IPCC Working Group 2 co-chair Deborah Roberts. And interestingly, Deborah Roberts, earlier, before she went to the IPCC, she was the person in charge of climate policy at urban levels in Durban, eThekwini in South Africa. And eThekwini is also one of our pilot cities. And now, therefore, I think she is well aware of urban issues. And this is also reflected in the new report. And of course, also there is a quite large section on gender in the new report. And with urbanization, also inequalities tend to increase, including gender equality. We all know about the impacts on vulnerable people. And I want to say at this point, when we speak about vulnerable people, like women, youth, elderly, whatever, marginalized people, we're talking about the majority of people when you add all these people together. Okay, but still, when we started with this project 6 years ago, approaches to integrate gender into urban climate policies were lacking, completely lacking. And so we saw the necessity to develop an approach, first to find partners, and we found wonderful partners. All these organizations are pioneers in their own countries on gender and climate change, but most of them didn't focus on cities yet. So we work with GenderCC Southern Africa, AXI for Gender, Social, Ecological Justice in Indonesia, All India Women's Conference in India, and Equidad de Género in Mexico. And they, in turn, worked with our pilot cities. So in the first round of the project, we had 2 pilot cities in 3 countries, in South Africa, Indonesia, and India. And then in a second phase, in these countries, we had 2 additional pilot cities, and we included also Mexico as a pioneering country in gender and climate change, and also a Latin American country, which we found important to involve. And what we did, our approach is based on first a lot of training, of course, the organizations, their local branches, community groups. And then we co-created this method that was already mentioned, gender analysis method Gamma, that specifically for urban climate policies, and the partners applied Gamma in all the pilot cities, and we will later on, we will hear much more about that. And from this analysis, because an analysis as such is not so useful, but from this analysis, they developed policy recommendations for their cities, and also strategies on how to work with these policy recommendations. And so in the last phase of the project, they worked strategically with the local communities in their urban spaces, in particular vulnerable communities, for instance, such as fishery communities, and also, of course, with the policymakers. And finally, outcomes were monitored using part of the same methodology for analysis in order to see whether there was an improvement. And just a quick overview on the methodology. So we called it, we always like nice abbreviations. So we call it Gender Assessment, Monitoring of Mitigation and Adaptation, Gamma. And it's based on 3 steps. So the first is about the institutional setting and also the procedures. So the main question is, are the institutions at urban levels and also the procedures they have, are they suited to address climate change and integrate the gender dimension? So at urban level, we ask for the basic question, do they address climate change as well? Because there are many cities in the world that have not set up a specific urban action program. Some of them try to let's say, to replicate national programs, but many of them don't have their own program. And the second part of the Gamma methodology is that we look at the overall action program, if there is any, or at the part of the overall strategy of the cities that are relevant for climate change. And we ask, what are the priority strategies from a gender perspective that this city should do, and does the actual action program cover these fields we find as priority fields for instance, disaster risk reduction or public transport enhancement. So these are among the priorities we see for gender equality. And the third step is about specific policies and measures. So we ask, how can these policies and measures be improved? Because we see that there are policies that have adverse impacts on gender equality and aggravate gender inequality. And we want to look for policies and measures that both contribute to climate change and to gender equality. And so the achievements from this project, from my point of view, after 6 years of work, are Gamma was applied in 14 pilot cities successfully. Also, the partners implemented practical projects on the ground in each pilot city. There was a lot of capacity building, advocacy, and monitoring, capacity building for policymakers, for local communities. Also at the international sphere, for instance, we attended the World Urban Forum of UN Habitat and had mayors from around the world for a capacity building workshop. And then moreover, in the second phase of the project, we also adapted the Gamma methodology to use it at national and regional levels. And this was tested by our partners in their countries, and it worked quite well. And we have, in the end, we have a lot of policy recommendations for urban levels, but also for the national level, and also for the national level, how they could support the urban level to integrate gender into climate change policy, and also a summarized version for the international levels. And the partners added also recommendations how to address the linkages between the pandemic and the responses to pandemic and climate change and gender equality. And finally, I want to highlight that we just published a booklet on Gamma, which is available on our website, and also an e-learning module on gender and urban climate policy. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Gotelind, for bringing us into the topics and again introducing Gamma and giving an overview about the achievements. So thank you for that. So I will see now. I pass over to Sarah. Sarah, are there already any comments or questions regarding the first welcome addresses, or shall we directly continue and collect more? Sarah.
Yes, thank you, Claudia. I've not seen any questions to Gotelind yet. We have posted the link again to the Padlet, so you can just click on the link, which is in the chat now, and enter questions if you have any questions to Gotelind. And if you want, we can also continue and then collect questions while the next speaker is speaking. Claudia.
All right. Okay, so we will do it this way. And so I will go and directly to pass over to Dorah Marema, and she will introduce to us insights for City Network in South Africa. And she is member of South African Local Government Association, SALGA, and also president of GenderCC. So there's several roles here, and she has been involved in issues of sustainability altogether since 2000, and worked with a wide range of multi-stakeholders in various sectors, including small-scale agriculture, environment, climate change, renewable energy, gender and land rights at local, national and international levels, just to give a short insight. And maybe she will add on. And yes, well, we are happy to have you with us now, and I pass over to Dorah.
Thank you so much, moderator. I'm sorry I arrived a bit late. I didn't get your name.
Claudia.
Oh, Claudia. Thank you so much. And thank you to my colleagues and my friends at GenderCC International for this opportunity. I am so grateful and really proud to see that you have reached this far with the Gucci project. I do not have a formal presentation, but I thought I will just reflect in terms of the knowledge that I have about this project, the work that has been done, particularly in South Africa, but also beyond South Africa, in all of the other countries where the project was being implemented, and also having taken up this role where I am at the Local Government Association in South Africa, in terms of, you know, what are some of the opportunities for a project like Gucci. So I have been at the beginning of this project, I think in 2015, involved in actually the putting together and the finalization of the project, and to get it to be implemented to, you know, until I left GenderCC Southern Africa in 2020 September. I had been very close to the project. I think in South Africa, particularly, the work that has been done has got a potential of being very transformative. And until GenderCC Southern Africa and the Gucci project, there wasn't really an opportunity for municipalities, let alone cities, to be able to really look at the issues of gender and climate change. I think at the time when we started, when this project started, there was, you know, the issues of climate change were still fairly new. And I remember the difficulty in just coming and interacting with the city officials to be able to bring now an added dimension of climate change. And I think at that time, obviously, there wasn't, you know, a lot that was happening in the various cities in South Africa as compared to what is happening right now, where a lot of international organizations are currently working with the various cities. For example, the C40, and I think about 4 of the cities in South Africa are now working or have developed their climate action plans. But of most importance is the fact that the Gucci project brought in this gamma methodology that was able to work with the city officials, including their stakeholders, civil society, academia, and others, to be able to really review all the existing strategies, policies, and programs from a gender perspective. I think in that process, there has been a lot of awareness that has been raised with regards to gender issues. And I remember there was one instance where we were to make a presentation with my ex-colleague Ndivile in the city of eThekwini, and there were some questions in terms of why would we come up with a conclusion that women are impacted more by the impacts of climate change than men. And I think at the time, you know, we always found it very easy to respond to this question. But I think, you know, now working in this political environment, I really think that it is important that we have facts that are backed by data. So, you know, you really have to prove your point. You have to speak from a place of authority in terms of, yes, we are convinced and we've concluded that gender is impacting the climate change is impacting women more than men based on the study that was done by so-and-so. And I think that's the gap that still exists very much within the field of gender and climate change, is that the research that would produce data that could be utilized to be able to make an entrance into discussions where we would want to bring in an element of gender into a climate change policy. However, as I said, having now been in this space, I believe that local government, and I believe city regions or cities are actually the best place, a better place to be able to implement issues of gender and climate change. There are quite a number of programs and initiatives that cities are now putting together. And I think it's important now that those who've been involved with the Gamma within the various cities are actually involved right at the outset of designing some of those programs and interventions. I think an ideal situation or an ideal opportunity would be right from the outset, when there's still some initial thoughts and of designing programs and interventions that already gender experts are brought into the space. What is lacking within a lot of cities is actually gender experts, because I think that that task is usually taken, is usually outsourced into consultants that are not necessarily part of the organization or part of the city, and it's usually really thought of and considered as a compliance measure at the end of the process. But I think one of the most important things, just like with climate change, which is still being treated as an added-on measure where we literally have to fight for space to say there shouldn't be any development without, that is not responding to the issues of climate change. There is a tendency to separate the issues of environmental sustainability and climate change, to put them aside, just like the issues of gender, and then they can be considered afterwards. Or usually there must be a unit within a city or an organization that deals with issues of gender or that deals with issues of climate change. However, my perspective, having been in the space for at least a year and a bit, I really have seen the opportunity where the people who've been trained on the Gamma methodology within those cities that have been partners, to really make sure that they have contact with the various focal points across all of the departments. It is important to institutionalize issues of climate change as well as institutionalizing the issues of gender. Deborah Roberts is a classic example of a champion within local government within her city that was able to lobby the city council to actually have a sole department that has been focused on climate change adaptation. However, you will be surprised if I tell you today that with my organization, Salga, we have been reviewing the District 1 plans that have been produced by all the districts within South Africa. And we know that a district, a Tequini district, because it is a district on its own, with so much work that has been done within that city, and having really an amazing champion of global credence like Deborah Roberts, when we looked at their District 1 plan, we still found that it actually wasn't saying a lot about climate change, let alone the impacts of climate change on gender issues. And what we came to realize is that what has happened is that even though there is that unit within that city structure, it's not being mainstreamed. You do not have a representative or a focal person within the infrastructure and planning unit, or within the community safety unit, where they are dealing with issues of disasters. That unit remains on its own, and it works on its programs that are not necessarily being mainstreamed and owned by the entire organization within a city. So, and I think that is a challenge that we would have to really face as a sector. And I think maybe this can be the second phase of Gamma, the second phase of Gucci, where it needs to go. is to actually ensure that the issues of gender and climate change are institutionalized. They don't necessarily have to be sitting with one person, but there has to be focal points that are dedicated on dealing with issues of gender and climate change within all the city departments, to make sure that no plan or no policy or no program is designed and implemented without considering gender at outset. And the role of the focal persons will be to make sure that during planning, during implementation and monitoring and evaluation, that gender and climate change is carried right through. I think we are sitting at a time when we cannot continue to treat gender and climate change as an option. We are in a crunch time. It's almost like the clock is ticking. And I think, unfortunately, in countries like mine in South Africa, where there's still a lot of backlog as far as basic service delivery is concerned, there is almost a temptation to revert to business as usual, where you want to go and run and prioritize providing electricity and providing water without looking at what kind of infrastructure are you going to put in place to be able to deliver that service, and to make sure that that infrastructure is going to be robust from a climate change adaptation perspective, but it also is built in such a way and maintained and run in such a way that is not contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. And also, like all of these things have to be thought right at the beginning, instead of prioritizing service delivery that we have seen has been undermined by a lot of climate disasters that we have witnessed, particularly in Southern Africa. And I think it's probably the same in many developing countries. So I believe that we have to really make sure that there are focal persons. Initially, we have been lobbying for institutionalizing in the form of a directorate or a business unit, because once you have a business unit, you will have what is called a mayoral committee who will represent your issues at a city council level. However, at the moment, we feel that that is not even enough, because it doesn't ensure that the issues are being absorbed and taken up by the whole organization or the whole city in itself. So I mean, that is just what I could be able to share with you right now, based on my many years of being part of GenderCC and now being part of the inside. It is also important to understand the planning regimes of local government. We are now sitting at a very critical stage where we are planning for the next 5 years. And I always say this is the time when my comrades and the people who are working in civil society should be lobbying their counterparts within these cities and within local government to include some of the critical areas that they've been working on, for example, Gamma, for example, the Gucci project, into their annual performance plan or into their five-year strategic plans, because that is the only way, once you have it in there, it's the only way that you'll have it budgeted for. It is the only way that you'll end up in someone's scorecard, and it's the only way that you'll make sure that it is actually being implemented. So I hope I was very clear, and I am here for any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dorah. And I think everybody, I mean, if you're on camera, you couldn't do that. You can use the emojis also, just to appreciate, and I say thank you, also to understand better the tremendous potential of transformation regarding Gucci, regarding Gamma, and I understood at least the importance of institutionalization and building up much more ownership as it is done already. And I understood it's not a can be, it's a must be. So now I would like to pass over to the audience and again heavily invite those who would prefer to speak in Spanish or Bahasa Indonesia. Please use the globe and the possibility, just take the microphone and give a signal and raise your questions. Sarah, can we see what is going on the Padlet already?
Yes, I think the heat is rising since Gotelind and Dorah are speaking. And so we have had some commentaries in the chat already from Halima Bawa-Buhari from UNFCCC Gender NFP in Nigeria. And they're writing, thank you for sharing the Gamma document. Nigeria does have a presidential level national action plan on gender and climate change. with 5 priority sectors as framework for gender inclusion and climate action. However, it does not yet have a pointed focus on cities and housing. And another participant wrote that I'm looking forward to help build a plan for Brazil. So that is already very positive feedback. We have also several questions for Dorah and one for Gotelind. Maybe I will just start with the latest question for Dorah. It says, yes, local governments are good places for gender project interventions. What can be done to improve, assure this level as an enabling entry point? Maybe it's a question actually that fits for both, but it was chosen here for Dorah. Do you want to go, Dorah? And maybe I'll add one question for Dorah, sorry. Yeah. What change have you observed with the city governments and the Salga network concerning gender and climate policies?
Dorah, directly, do you want to answer?
Yes, and I can start with the last question. So I can safely tell you that in South Africa, in terms of the integration of gender into climate change, it still remains something that is, it's yet to be realized. We have formed, a network since I joined in September 2020, and a sustainability, what is called the City Sustainability Learning Network. And in there, what we are doing is to bring all the 8 metros or cities, if you call them in South Africa, but we are also bringing the 21 intermediate cities together. We are also bringing in the international organizations and national organizations that are supporting cities on the issues of climate change. We also have been brought in the sector departments that are critical. So bringing all of them all together under one roof to be able to develop a common program that is targeting the cities. So it's such a very difficult thing because just to even have space where you are raising the issues of climate change is a very difficult thing. So this whole week I've been in a planning session for the 5-year strategy for our local government. Last week we had a national conference. And I have to attend all of those sessions of the other clusters that have got nothing to do with me, purely because I would like to be able to see what are the plans that they're putting in place. Are they responding to the issues of climate change and gender? So gender falls within my unit. I'm not the person who's responsible, but we are within the same cluster. So me and my colleague, we have to constantly be sitting in these meetings to actually say to the colleagues that we work with that there is no way that in this time and age, in this century, with what we are witnessing, around the world and around our neighborhoods, that we could still be wanting to go on business as usual. And we're realizing that some of the issues are really structural. The plans, because they are so sad and they take long, they take 5 years. People get locked into these plans and there is very little room to be able to have movement, to be able to influence. So right now, we have been moving from province to province, meeting with the new political leadership to be able to have presentations that are made. And there's a highly competitive space where you have to compete to actually have a slide that speaks on these issues. And I mean, I don't know what it will take, right? What it will take where these issues become a normal occurrence or a normal way of thinking, because I believe it is not even the lens that we should wear, a gender lens. It is actually a way of thinking. We have to think about this when we design interventions. However, we are not yet there. But what we have within Salga is an opportunity to bring in external stakeholders, which is what we are trying to do right now in these 5 years, to identify the key organizations just like GenderCC in Southern Africa, Gender Links and others, to be integrated into our programs so that we can have what we call a local government gender and climate change a program. Then the program will have a plan, and the plan will have sector partners that are responsible for the various parts. which is something that I did when we came in at the level of the Department of Environmental Affairs. We lobbied for an overall local government support program that really now talks to issues of environment and climate change and sustainability. And I think until you have something like that, that binds all the stakeholders together. It's not necessarily the sector departments or the cities. It also includes civil society, where we now literally come together, program together, plan together, and implement together over a period of time. And I think 5 years within local government is the standard time. And then every year we can identify some of the priorities. And I believe that is what I would like to suggest to the colleagues sitting here, that in terms of South Africa, that is what we should be doing. And anything less than this is literally not going to fly, because people are so rigid. Once a plan has been produced, they just want to be able to chase their targets every year and be able to meet them, because unfortunately, that's how performance is being measured.
Thank you. And maybe directly, Gotelind?
Yeah, there's also a question for Gotelind. Where do you see the Gucci outcomes heading in the future? And
I would like to skip this question or shift it to the very end of the conference, because I will anyway talk a little bit about conclusions and about possible ways forward.
There's also a new question here, but I think it's a long one. I don't know if it fits here. Do you think that there is scope for insights from the study that can be incorporated in socio-economic modeling for climate impacts? If so, what are the synergies that you see for the same? We are trying to model distributional impacts of climate policies here in India, and would like to hear more from you about the method parameters that you have been used to understand gender mainstreaming assessment. This is quite a long question.
Yeah, I must say, I can clearly say no, sorry, but because we didn't collect quantitative information. This is all qualitative information, and there is a lack of let's say, gender disaggregated, sex disaggregated data at urban levels. And also, if we have this sex disaggregated data, the question is, what are the reasons behind that? What are the power relations and the root causes of these differences? And so this is a longer process. So I think I wouldn't be able to offer such data for modeling.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. There is a question for Dorah for understanding. It is formulated in Spanish, but I can loosely translate it. So what is the difference between the focal point and the unity of business negotiations that you mentioned? What wasn't sufficient? Which wasn't sufficient?
I mean, I don't quite understand the question, but I think the importance of having a focal point within, and it doesn't, and I always say, it doesn't have to be someone new, someone that has to be appointed just to become that. It can be a function that is given to someone that is already being employed. That just like you've got, various functions within, around safety and things like that in each unit. It can be a function that is given to someone that is passionate. It has to be someone who's a champion within that department or within various departments. There has to be people who are passionate about the issues, because otherwise they are not going to be able to push. Because unfortunately, it is a very highly competitive environment, and you almost have to really become very persuasive in your approach to make sure that in your unit, no plan goes ahead until you feel that it has addressed these issues. And I think that until we do that, I find that it always becomes difficult. We always end up with documents that we have to review and critique. And I just feel like I give an analogy that when you are baking a cake, you have eggs, you have flour, you have baking powder, you have got all of these things that you mix together, you put in a dough, you mix together. The product is a solid product that has got all of these ingredients. Why would you want to treat gender as a topping on the top, which literally doesn't find itself within the substance of that cake? Why would you want to sprinkle it on top, treat it like an optional thing that, I bought my son a cake 2 weeks ago. It was his birthday. And what I've noticed that the shop recently they started to package the topping, they package it separately. So they are nuts, but it was a carrot cake, it's got nuts, but the nuts are in a plastic packet that you have an option to either throw away or open and put on top. And that's exactly how I feel that the issues of gender are actually being treated. So we shouldn't, it must be part of the mix, because once it's mixed, it gives a certain kind of flavor to the entire composition of that which you are baking. It's not something that you add on top. And I think we must become aggressive with this. It mustn't be an option. And in fact, I was arguing with someone, I said, we must actually do away with the Ministry of Gender, Women and Children, which we call Ministry of Minorities in this country. Those people must find themselves in each and every department. They cannot be a token organization that we only see during International Women's Day and the National Women's Day. And we do not actually see them anywhere. They must be closed down and be placed within all the sector departments, because that's really where they should be functional. And you've got these ministries that are set up as junior ministries with no voice at all. Nobody listens to them. No one. No one is bound to listen to the Ministry of Children and Women, whatever. The Ministry of Energy, Dia Marine in South Africa, they just make their own decisions. There is no one within. And for me, having focal points within the departments in a city is actually powerful in that way, is that they have got a responsibility, just like you have got a research function, just like you've got, I actually equate it to accounting. I said, no department will run without having someone that is responsible for the budgets. Why don't we have the same? Why can't we treat this at the same level? Because nobody wants to not know about the budgets. Nobody wants to have a program that is not going to be budgeted at the end. And they want to know from the onset, if I'm designing a project, do I have the money for it? Where am I going to get the money and how much do I have for this line item? So I really hope that you are able to get the heart of what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dorah, again for, I will remember that gender is substantially part of the cake. And although I know, Sarah, that there are more questions, I would just like to ask you to keep it maybe for the next round. But now with this first insights and the and first ideas and comments, go into the first short break. Yeah, so we will hear more experts after the break. Another three, and so far we will make 10 minutes break now and continue at 12. What is it? 12:25 p.m. Maybe we can write it in the chat. So 10 minutes and maybe one sentence regarding pauses. You know, there is research on making breaks, and the research says never delete a break, never shorten a break, and if possible, do in the break something completely different than you did before. So with this encouragement and invitation, we will go and see in full energy in 10 minutes time. So thank you to all the speakers of this round and see you again at 12:25. Okay, thank you.
$11:25 UTC time for those who are not in Europe. Dorah, Dorah?
No, I just wanted to say I am unfortunately have to leave because I'm traveling to my next appointment.
Yeah, I was afraid
it's been a great pleasure.
To leave. Yeah, but it was a great pleasure to hear you. Thanks a lot, Dorah.
Thank you, Dorah. Very motivating. And we would like to see the talk that you're giving today.
Yes, no, definitely. It's got everything to do. It's got everything to do with this and with this topic. So, okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Dorah.
Bye.
All right. Everybody in the virtual room again. So what do I see? 65 participants in the moment. Yeah, maybe all those, you know, who are here already and need some energy. Maybe you like to do this and give your body a little signal that it is really great to have it. Yeah, and that it is wonderful to be in it and to be supported by it. Yes, and to do that regarding a clap on the shoulder, whatever is good. And maybe the heart needs a little moment of energy. Do some tapping and make sure that you are here in your full energy. So now we are prepared for Titi. So we will hear the next input now. And I love to present you Titi Titi Soentoro now, because she will be our next speaker, and she will talk about the gender analysis process of Gamma. And just to give you a bit of background about her, she is a women's rights advocate and dedicates herself to mainstream women's rights and gender considerations into policy drafting. And she reviews related to environmental and social safeguards, information disclosure, consultation, and accountability mechanism of the International Development and Climate Finance Institution like Asian Development Bank, World Bank, and many others. Yeah, and maybe Tiki likes to add what is relevant to get to know her better. And well, the floor is yours, Tiki. Feel invited.
Yes, thank you, Claudia. Good evening, everyone from my time zone. I'm right now in Bali, Indonesia, and also good morning and good afternoon according to your time zones. So I would like to share my screen, if you allow me. Share. Okay. Yeah. So my part is to introduce our process in Indonesia in applying the method for mitigation and adaptation. But for the basic information first, we, as already informed by Gotelind, we started the projects also in Indonesia in 2016. And then we have another meeting as the project is expanded, and we closed the projects with a national evaluations. We started with 2 cities, expanded in another 2 cities, and at the end we are 5 groups of women in Indonesia, which is Aksi, Solidaritas, and researchers groups. And we did the pilot projects in 2 coastal cities, Jakarta as the capital city of Indonesia and Makassar, and 2 inner city, which is Yogyakarta and Jember. So the process in general, as already mentioned also by Gotelind, for the Gamma 1, we started with a status quo, which is the baseline informations on the cities that we did the Gamma, and then go to Gamma 1, Gamma 2, Gamma 3, and then from the Gamma 3, from the outcomes, we made a policy recommendation and we did advocacy and campaign. For the 2 cities like Jakarta and Makassar, which is the starter city, we also updated the Gamma 1 to see what is the difference after 4 years in that cities, after we did a research, after we talk with the governments or city official, after we do campaign and advocacy. So now I will go through step by step. There's a lot of writings, but I won't read everything, just the basics. So for the status quo, the baseline is actually, we did a desk review. So the desk review is looking at the policy, the climate change policy at the city level, but we didn't see only the city level's policy, but we need to see also the national policy, because the national policy will be elaborated to the regional and city level. So we collect data related to the statistical data, climate change data on informations. We also look at the GSG inventory in the city levels, priorities, commitments, strategies of the cities, implementations through their reports, and also the gender consideration into the climate change policy. So those information we got from the data from the government's website and other relevant parties like research institution, academician, and so on. But not only from the website, we went also to the city government official to request for particular documents like the agency for planning board, environmental agency, women and empowerment agency, and so agencies at cities level that is related to climate change. We also face challenges. The main challenge is unavailability of needed data. We need data, a lot of data to give a pictures what is the baseline in those cities, but the needed data was not there. It's also not in the website. Some data were there, but not updated or not completed. And then particularly of the implementation of the policy, there's a lack of informations. And also different governments website or government office, they have different data. So we were confused which data we need to refer, And then of course, do not need to wonder, there is lack of gender segregated data. And and then one issue is we see that the National Action Plan for Climate Change, Adaptation and Mitigation at national level is actually not applied at the city level. So these challenges make us, have a big issue in the writing process, because we don't quite understand how their logic, and then therefore we need time to effort to understand what is the data, and many times we need to go back to the government office to ask for more clarifications. So but at the end we could finalize the status quo for 4 cities as well for the national level. So for the Gamma 1, we also we made interviews. So to check the city institutional setting, we interviewed the city official from ministries and agency at city level related, like the environment, women empowerment, development planning board, disaster management, marine, fishery, agriculture, and livestock. Totally, we interview 19 people, which is 8 women and 11 men. And then the interview composed of 8 indicators, and each indicators contain like 3-4 questions, 3-4. So it's like 24 questions. And then after that, we work on the questions, we give a summarize it, and we give a score. And so the challenge is actually, it's difficult to get an appointment from the city official, because it seems that they're really occupied with many activities. And another occurrence is also like regional elections. So nobody wants to talk with us because they say it will change the city policy. And after election, they will talk to us. And then, you know, after the election, there will be a transition. So it's like time is getting long and long to get the interviews. And then also, you know, we ask for someone for interview, they say yes, but then they didn't have time, and they give it to another person, and then we need to arrange time again, and so on, and start from the scratch. And then after we got the interview, some informants didn't provide complete answer. And so how is the assessment? We need to go back to them and ask also another questions to confirm. So that is the challenges when we assess the city institutional setting by interviewing the city official. And then in the Gamma 2 process, you know, we look at the city portfolio and assess the status, the policy, the program, the status, and its gender and climate relevance. It is important because sometimes the projects they claim as climate projects, but it's not relevant. And projects also, many not relevant to gender. So in total, we assess in this Gamma 2, 3 policies, 19 mitigation and 15 adaptation actions of 4 cities. So you can see the different climate program in the cities that we check one by one, and then we assess the status, we check the relevance, climate relevance, gender relevance, and so on. So the main problems we face is actually the cities themselves. So they are not clear. The government official not clear about the link and the difference between climate issue and environmental issue. And they don't have specifically policy on climate change. So therefore, there is no nomenclature for the climate change program. So sometimes in their report, so that therefore we need to check again. They say it is climate change projects, but there is no basic, you know, to say it is climate change, you know, but it's actually environmental program. So there is a lot of debate among us also. It is climate change or it is environmental program, and we need to go back to check. And sometimes they also know, yeah, you know, this. And then sometimes they say it is environmental program, but we can say it is actually a climate program. So therefore, this kind of issue is actually made the city's effort to climate mitigation and adaptation is invisible. So we don't read that cities is doing something for climate because it's not clear on the paper which is climate program, which is environmental program. And then in Gamma 3, we pick one projects from the Gamma 2 and assess it in gender lens with 8 questions that you will see 1 to 8 here. So for Jakarta, we check, we assess in gender perspective the Green Open Space Program, from Makassar, the Alley Gardening Program, Yogyakarta Green Village Program, and Jember, the Waste Management Program. So then our difficulties here is more internal. It's actually how you choose from the whole set of city government's program and then pick it to the for the assessment. Then we develop our own criteria by saying, you know, it should be a priority action of the city, has a potential for widespread impacts as a climate resilient city, potential to empower women, provides additional benefit and space for women to involve in the planning. So the results of our analysis in 4 city and national policy, we have a executive summary because totally we produce like 45 documents and we cannot ask people to read the 45 documents. So we have a executive summary from the baseline up to the recommendation in 1 executive summary. So we have 5 executive summary and 1 only about findings. So then we have it in 2 languages, in Bahasa Indonesia and also in English, and it will be online soon. And as the outcome, so I just want to show one of the outcomes is from Makassar City. For examples, this is an example how we found the policy and gender gaps. For examples, our finding is the lack of understanding among the city government official regarding link between gender and climate change. So therefore, after that, we did cooperate with the city government's official on what is, we have a training about gender and climate change, and they are really happy to have the training. And then local government working units, the ones that really works at the city level, they didn't mainstream gender into their main work. Also, the national presidential instructions already ordered that every intervention activities for development should mainstream gender, but they didn't do it. It is not only in Makassar, but in many cities also. So lack of meaningful involvement of women and other vulnerable groups in policy planning, implementation, evaluation of climate change action. And also there is a lack of gender responsive climate policy that legally provide a legal umbrella for climate change actions. So the policy recommendation is they need the city governments of Makassar has to develop or issue local regulation on gender mainstreaming as the legal basis for climate policy and action of the city, and also establish a gender sensitive and gender responsive climate change adaptation and mitigation task force. And not only at the policy level, we have the recommendation, but we also pick one priority program of the city government, which is, they call it the Alley Gardening Program. In Makassar City, there is about 72,000 alleys. And the government developed this program to make the alleys green. So it's planting with ornamental plants with various things. And women are involved in this city, in this program or projects, but also only as the implementer. So they are asked only to plant the plants and water the plant, take care of the plants. You know? But they were not involved in the design and preparations. And hence, this increased women domestic work, because beside of their domestic course, they have to take care of the plants too, because the local governments, the city government asked them for doing that. And then because the city government asked them, they feel obliged really to take care of the plants. They don't want to see the plant die. And during dry season, where there's no rain and really rare to have the water, they have to spend extra money to buy the water to water the plant. So usually they buy water only for their household, but now they have to buy also for their plants. And then the plants on the lorong, on the alley, is usually a vegetable also, like chili, eggplants, this kind of plant or medicinal plants and so on. And they are encouraged to eat, but we told them it's not healthy to eat those plants, because it is polluted because of a lot of motorcycle back and forth. So it's like, it's really polluted. So the traffic in the alleys is increase the GSG emissions. So our recommendation to the city is, to improve. This is actually already a really good plan, a really good program, but they need to improve. The improve is we suggested the alley should be free from motor vehicles. Then we talk with the communities that maybe they will have a public parking areas, and then the motorcycles, if they pass the alley, they can park or they can turn off the motors. And women should be involved in the planning, design of this improved alley program that we call Zero Emission Alley Gardening Program. So then they can decide, and also they can monitor, and they can talk with the fellow communities how to make good the program. And also because of less motorcycle, then it will be a source of healthy food for the families. And women, the benefit for women, they start to empower themselves, because this will be built on the principle of equality, human rights, gender mainstreaming, and support from the government for water, so not burdening the woman and so on. So that was examples from Makassar City, but from the others, based on the policy recommendation, we did various campaign and advocacy. So now we are familiar with the city government's official. There is a regular meeting, there is a discussion, there is a training. We also produce video clips, and we also distribute the results and our recommendation through press conferences and so on. That's short of our experience in implementation of Gamma. Happy to pick up some questions and to discuss furthermore. And thank you for your attention. Back to you, Claudia.
I'm back here. So thank you so much, Titi, for, so I learned there's so much heart of the project you gave us, and probably it would be great to even get more insights and ideas. So what I learned, to understand better the different levels of gamma, how it works in terms of outcomes and impact. But also I learned about a severe lot of gaps and lacks and challenges, and a big bunch of good recommendations and activities. So probably people would love to get to know more. So please feel heavily invited to ask Titi and to save and to collect your good questions. So thank you again for this wonderful presentation. And we will, but nevertheless, we will continue directly to the next speaker, right? And I'd love to announce you now, Sruthi Raghavan, and she is a communications professional, and just a few words about her. With 10 years experience working for charities and NGOs in India and in the UK, and currently she is head of programs at a national cross-disability organization in India and communications consultant for the Gucci WIA team. And she will give us insights more in regarding projects in Indian pilot cities. And as we learned in the very beginning of the conference, it's so much about the resilience of cities. So we are looking forward, Sruthi, to your input, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Claudia. And, thank you, GenderCC team, AIWC, and all the project partners for giving me this opportunity to share about the various local projects and initiatives that we have carried out in India. Let me just share my screen. Hope you're all able to see the slide.
Yes, it works.
Yes.
Perfect.
So just a few lines before I get into the local projects. So just like the rest of the world, the impact of climate change is felt increasingly in India. And in the last few decades, we have experienced a few extreme weather events, and the COVID-19 pandemic has further unprecedentedly affected the country, especially the marginalized groups, including women, young children, elders, and the differently abled. Now, India has been following through on its commitment to address the climate change challenges through various initiatives and actions at the international, national, and state level. Gender mainstreaming, however, has not yet become an essential aspect of the policy discourses in India. The Gucci project, under the leadership of AIWC, is timely in the sense the various project activities has helped us understand, identify, and develop solutions for empowerment as well as sustainable development. The current government is also taking major initiatives in this direction to remove gender gaps across the spectrum of life. Just like Indonesia, this Gucci project was initiated in 2016 in the northern city of India, which is Delhi. This was followed by Mumbai city, which is in the west of India, in 2017. Kolkata city in the east and Chennai city in the south joined the project in 2018. Now, all the 4 cities have carried out these project activities, beginning with the preparation of the status quo reports. They have conducted a variety of awareness programs, and through these programs and advocacy campaigns have developed a rapport with stakeholders through workshops, meetings, webinars, and consultations. All the cities have also carried out gamma analysis in the 3 stages. Now that Titi has explained the gamma process in detail, I'm not going to repeat it. But the next few slides will take you through the various local projects we developed and implemented in all these 4 pilot cities. All these projects are sustainable, self-sufficient, eco-friendly, and community-driven. Beginning with the capital city of India, Delhi, 2 local projects were designed and implemented under the Gucci project. The first project shows the issue of solid waste management in a small residential colony called the Bood Vihar colony. Previous studies in the area indicated that this locality suffered from issues such as improper waste management, waterlogging, and a variety of environmental issues. But caste-based and gender-based issues have often interfered with the effective implementation of any initiative so far. For instance, caste plays an important role in deciding who, or rather which section of the society, will be involved in waste segregation. But interestingly, surveys have also revealed the willingness of this community to work towards a better waste management system. It is based on these observations which led us to formulating a project on waste management and gender sensitivity. This 2-month project involved training programs, awareness generation, and greening activities. A small group of women were given training on source segregation and waste management. They were also taught to make compost from the waste generated. This compost was used to grow plants in the neighborhood and increase the green cover. This eco-friendly solution to waste management was very well received by the community, as it also helped generate a source of income for the community women. The second project in Delhi was the setting up of a wastewater treatment plant at the AIWC head office in Delhi. Now, this head office premises holds several homes, hostels, banks, canteens, offices, etc., which generate large amounts of wastewater every day. Prior to this project, conventional sewage treatment technologies or traditional systems were being used, which are energy intensive. To address this issue, the Delhi team designed an eco-friendly solution to treat wastewater in collaboration with the Indian Agriculture Research Institute. By using a technology called Jalopkar technology, an eco-friendly treatment plant was set up. This plant consists of an intake septic tank, a treatment unit, and an output unit. The treated water has been tested and approved for use for a variety of purposes such as gardening, cleaning, etc. Now, some of the major advantages of this technology is that it does not need any external microorganisms or any chemical-based consumables for the biofiltration process. This makes the whole treatment process completely eco-friendly. There is also no issue of clogging, which is a major operational and maintenance issue in conventional systems. This project took 6 months to implement and has been operational for the past 2 years. Considering all of its benefits, such as low energy consumption, low operational expenditures, it is now recommended by the Indian government for nation-level adoption. This treatment plant also received positive feedback from not only the community, but also from local community college teams who visited the premises. Moving on to the east of the country, the Kolkata City project focused on afforestation. The project was split into mangrove plantation, inland plantation, and organic farming. Project work was initiated during the COVID-19 pandemic in the Sundarbans region, and we are happy to note here that we were able to successfully complete the project and also win recognition at the COP26 conference. This project was designed keeping in mind the multiple vulnerabilities of the Achintya region, which is prone to cyclones, saltwater intrusion into the farmlands, loss of trees, and plantations. Mangroves were chosen as they protect the soil from erosion and reduce the intensity of cyclones. They protect the shorelines from floods, waves, and other natural calamities. Over a period of 6 months, 8,000 mangrove saplings were planted. By the end of the project, we found that nearly 70% of the saplings survived the climatic upheavals, such as floods, cyclones, etc. All these results has encouraged us to look beyond the Achintya region for mangrove plantation. The core objective of the inland plantation and organic farming project was to engage the community women in these afforestation activities so that it can increase green cover, create income generation possibilities, while contributing to long-term climate change mitigation. For this project, women farmers in the area were selected. They were trained in organic farming and preparation for vermicompost. We believe the organic farming activities will only pave the way for generating income for these women, improve their food security, empower these women to develop alternative livelihood opportunities. Going forward, we intend to continue carrying out climate change awareness programs in the area, promote animal husbandry for women in the Sundarbans region, and explore more ways to improve their economic independence. Coming to the southern city of Chennai, Chennai has a long coastal line with both small-scale and large-scale artisanal fishing communities thriving there. The fishing communities of Chennai are highly dependent on natural resources and are one of the most vulnerable sections of the society, as their livelihood depends on the coastal line. The impact of climate change and the pandemic has significantly been felt by this community, and the existing gender disparities have only exacerbated their difficulties. For example, it is commonly observed that men are responsible for fishing and harvesting, whereas women take care of processing, selling, and even marketing the fish in the local markets. As a result, women tend to work for longer hours than men. This means they also look for alternative income sources during seasonal bans and during natural calamities. This disproportionate impact of climate change on gender within these communities of Chennai was explored in this project. This project chose 5 hamlets residing along the coastal line of Chennai. Working primarily with women living in these communities, we conducted a range of awareness and skill development activities over a period of 6 to 8 months. The aim was to bring the community together to work towards adapting and mitigating the effects of climate change. The main focus areas of this project were sustainable fishing practices, risk reduction, wash-related activities, nutri gardens, and greening initiatives. Skill development and waste management was also addressed during this project. By the end of the project, we were able to achieve 4 significant outcomes, which were the formation of several self-help groups in the community, and these were registered to the state livelihood centers. We also built a common facility and resource center for the benefit of these artisanal fishing communities of Chennai. At this center, a number of training and development programs for the community women will be carried out going forward. And like for example, preparation of value-added products from fish and fish waste, promoting alternative livelihood opportunities and greening activities. We also renovated the community's children's park and recreational space. This park has since become a landmark feature within the community. And for the welfare of the domestic workers in the community, we helped them register with the Unorganized Welfare Sector Board. One of the major highlights of this project was the active participation of not only fisher women, but also fishermen of the community, who were very interested to empower their community women, and were also interested to learn about women's safety and other health programs. Women and adolescents in the area had also demonstrated considerable knowledge about climate change in general, but had limited knowledge on the gender aspects of climate change. We were also happy to note that fisherwomen were very motivated to learn new skills, develop their business, and also share their knowledge with the rest of the community. Finally, we moved to the west of the country, Mumbai city. Inspired by the Delhi project, Mumbai also chose wastewater treatment as its project focus area. Using the same Jalopkar technology, wastewater treatment plant has been designed and all the preliminary work has been carried out, such as conducting surveys, cleaning up of the septic tanks, design of wetlands, etc. The wastewater generated by the ashram will be collected by the septic tank and deposited in the constructed wetlands. Treated water will be used for irrigation purposes. However, the construction work on the wetlands will begin soon. The successful initiation and completion of these projects across the country has helped us identify these 8 main climate change policy gaps at the city level. We recommend the development of city-specific climate action plan that captures city-level strengths and challenges. This is because a high percentage of India's population resides in these 4 cities. Their activities and livelihoods make them major contributors to climate change, and as well as they are vulnerable hotspots for climate change impacts. The existing state-level climate action plans are too broad and may not meet the needs of the cities and its growing population. Therefore, a comprehensive city-level climate action plan spanning multiple municipal sectors can guide sustainable urban development in these cities. They can also create wide-ranging social and economic benefits to the city and its residents. Therefore, we recommend that besides the state action plan on climate change, a parallel city-specific plan also be formulated. The next recommendation is to document traditional knowledge and mapping of natural resources. India is home to 8% of the global biodiversity and 4 of the global biodiversity hotspots. Mapping of natural resources like flora, fauna can help plan conservation and restoration activities. Therefore, we recommend the regional government make use of the traditional knowledge of the community, especially women, and involve them in these conservation activities. Their in-depth knowledge about the territories which have been their source of livelihood needs to be capitalized. This will help identify, recognize, and scale up women-led local solutions for adaptation. Currently, such registers exist across the country, but the numbers have been low. So a well-structured and streamlined data collection policy and registry is recommended. We also recommend mandating gender focal point system at the central, state, as well as municipal levels. Currently, there exists gender division within the central climate change departments. However, we recommend a gender focal point at every level. This, we believe, will have several advantages. It will help promote greater awareness of gender issues, provide guidance and advocacy, develop a gender-sensitive environment within these departments, and also help monitor progress and coordinate different departments. We recommend training municipal authorities and local bodies on gender vulnerabilities as well as gender integration. Authorities at the municipal level and local bodies need to be trained on these areas, as well as be trained on how we can specifically integrate these plans, such as including research activities and strengthening capacities of women in leadership positions. The next recommendation is knowledge transfer, sensitization, and awareness for stakeholders on gender equities, roles, and responsibilities. Women's contribution to most sectors are not clearly documented. Therefore, it is important to not only document their contributions, but also acknowledge and recognize their roles and responsibilities in each sector. This is because women can be powerful agents of change. This knowledge needs to be shared with different stakeholders, including men. We also recommend co-opting women as stakeholders in all climate change policy discourses. This will help address cross-cutting issues relating to women and climate change. By co-opting women at every level and strengthening their capacities, we can achieve gender integration directly, in contrast to using indirect methods. For example, women are usually viewed as instruments of conservation rather than being included in decision-making. We also recommend developing a transparent way for civil societies and NGOs to work with the government for sensitization on climate change. During the course of these projects, we realized that there needs to be an easy, transparent, and approachable way for us to reach out to the government and the gender experts to connect. Currently, access to the government, both at the central and state level, is very challenging and can be time-consuming. There is also a lack of coordination between different departments. Therefore, we recommend an efficient and straightforward system for connecting with the government. We also suggest that government engage with these organizations for effective communication campaigns and advocacy. For all of these recommendations to take place, it is essential to have a periodic monitoring and review system. It is vital to have a very well-structured system so that we can use it to assess, monitor, and track progress. Such monitoring systems should also include women to ensure a holistic approach is taken towards building climate resilient cities. On a macro level, national level policy recommendations will be discussed later in the presentation. I would like to once again thank the team for giving me this opportunity. I hope you have been able to understand the projects that we have been carried out, and we would be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sruthi, for your valuable insights, experiences, and all these recommendations regarding quality and learning, competence building, and collaboration and producing synergy. So thank you very much for that. And please, the audience, keep all your good questions, because we will collect another expertise and input, and then we will give the floor to the audience. So thank again, Sruthi, for the moment. And so I would like to introduce to you the next speaker. And it's Ndivile Mokoena, and she is a project officer at GenderCC in South Africa. And it's she's building capacity at local community there and raising awareness on climate change across the board. And her experience is on climate change, on gender and social issues. And since 2010, when she joined Earth Alive Africa, and you know, it's just one of the organization she is active in, and maybe you can add what is relevant for the moment. And so she will give more recommendations for gender responsive climate policies in South Africa, and the floor is yours, Ndivile. Please take the mic.
Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Claudia. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening and good morning. It is my pleasure to be presenting this afternoon, morning or evening about the recommendation, the summary of recommendations from South Africa on the urban settings and also at a national level. We just got load shedding in my area, so I will just request to switch off my video for better connection. So I will just share my screen just now. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, it's loading. Perfect.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, from GenderCC Southern Africa, I think my colleague from Salga and ex-colleague from GenderCC, Dorah Marema, has already laid the status quo of the situation in South Africa with cities and a little bit on the urban settings. So my role here is just to give a summary of the key recommendations that we came about in this process in our work. Just to give a background, is my screen moving?
No, yes, now it is. We can see our second.
Okay, thank you so much. Just to give a background, I think my colleague Titi explained it well, the whole process of the Gucci project. We went through the same process with the status quo, with the 3 gammas, and also running workshops for communities, for city officials, and capacity building workshops, where we managed to get all the information, where we identified the gaps and the findings that gave rise to these recommendations that I am going to mention to you now. And
Can I interrupt you for a second? Just, is there a possibility that you go to presenter mode? Because I think for some people on the screen, the slides now are really small.
Okay.
Yeah, you can, if you go to slideshow, I think it show on the top left, no, some way further up.
See.
Yeah, or alternatively, yeah,
Can you see it now?
Yeah, so if you go from the beginning or from current slide now, if you pick this, give me a sec.
Is it?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, all right.
The first slide, thanks so much. Sorry for interrupting.
Okay. Sorry, I was not aware that it was not on slide mode. Yes, I was still explaining the background that we went through the whole process that my colleague Titi explained, and we worked with various stakeholders. We were working with the city government, the national government, other civil society organizations, and a lot of community-based organizations, where we were able to get all the information that gave rise to these recommendations I'm going to share with you. Dorah mentioned some of them, but I will just take you through them as well. So the cities that were involved in this process in South Africa was the city of Johannesburg, city of Tshwane, which we started first with, and city of eThekwini and eGugulethu were added later. And from the national department, we had 3 departments: the National Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Environment, Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and the Department of Sanitation and Water. So as we were going through the 3 Gamma steps, as explained by my previous colleagues, we shared the findings and the gaps that we identified as we were doing assessing the policies. Some of the cities, they responded to our findings that we shared with them when we gave them the report. And I'm proud to say that the city of eThekwini, in their latest climate change plan, they did mention that the Gucci project intervention actually helped them to be able to critically look at the gender perspective of their climate change plans. Now, the summary of the recommendations. This is mainly in the urban setting area and with a little bit of recommendation for the national government, because we worked mainly with the cities. The first one was is the review of national and local climate change policies for gender responsiveness. This is critical to overcoming entrenched and systemic gender-based discrimination that contributes to climate change, disproportionately impacting the rights of women, including their rights to life, health, food, water, sanitation, culture, self-determination, and a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. The involvement of gender experts, as my other colleagues has alluded to that, and researchers and practitioners in the policy-making process will provide an understanding of the role of the interlinkages of gender and climate change and how this nexus can be used as a broad indicator in the development of climate policies. The next indicator talks to cities' climate policies to focus on transformational actions that address the root cause of vulnerability. It will be valuable for cities' climate policies to also apply a transformative theory lens. These policies would therefore not only focus on resilience and recoverability, but they would also focus on transformational actions that address the root cause of vulnerability, opening up opportunities for revision and replacement of existing unsustainable development trajectories, and promote the successful negotiation of power relations and building empowerment. Gender analysis has to be consistently included during vulnerability and risk assessments. More attention should be paid to informal settlement areas in this sector, as they are at the coalface of climate change impacts should there be disasters. The next one is looking at policies that should, urban policies should push for denser cities for a more effective public transport system that addresses access to services like shops, markets, schools, childcare, and healthcare centers. This shows that climate change should be a household issue and a priority in public policies. I think my colleague Dorah has alluded how climate change and gender issues are treated as just an add-on, and that climate change should be part of every sector and every department. The next one is talking to the empowering of local councillors so that they are able to deal with gender differentiated impacts, and that the integrated development plan that is used locally should be used as a tool to influence policy. existing gender inequalities and socio-cultural norms, which affect access to and control over natural and financial resources, knowledge, and decision-making power, have a major impact on women and men's capacity to adapt to climate change. So education, raising awareness, and sensitization on gender and climate change will empower local councillors. It is advisable to develop a program of education that will create awareness of the gender aspects of climate change. This awareness will also help to encourage policy and decision makers to prioritize and translate cities' commitments of gender equality into more tangible climate actions on the ground. Then the collection of data, I think everyone mentioned that it is important for us to be able to address gender issues, to have accurate collection of data, disaggregated by sex and gender, and also the establishment of gender units and desks. I think most of my colleagues mentioned that as well. The availability of gender disaggregated data will help during planning and implementation of climate adaptation policies, which will actively promote women's rights and increase food security and resilience of communities, especially those that depend on small-scale agricultural production for food and livelihoods. Because women are left out of agricultural education, practical training, and access to available knowledge. So formulation of gender focal points, units and desks within cities and municipal environment and climate change departments can ensure that gender perspectives are incorporated into proposed policies, programs, and annual budgeting. Tracking of changes in well-being and resilience. Cities are consistent with their vulnerability studies. However, there is no tracking of changes in resilience and well-being across all social groups, including women and girls, mainly because the vulnerability study is looking at general vulnerability in communities and is not necessarily gender specific. So their vulnerability studies, to be complete and accurate, they must track changes in resilience and well-being and be gender specific as well. Also, pro-poor policies will provide unlimited access for women to mobility, water, sanitation, and electricity. Stakeholder engagement and communication to the general public should improve. The enhancement of women's participation in decision-making processes is crucial to developing gender-integrated climate policies and programs. Representation is of utmost importance in addressing and correcting structural gender inequalities and challenging male-dominating structural approaches and settings. Approachable language in communicating and engaging with public and local communities is recommended. Monitoring and evaluation mechanisms to ensure institutional capacity and improved coordination. Relevant city departments should also ensure that there are monitoring and evaluation mechanisms in place that provide accurate data on whether women did participate in community consultation meetings, programs, forums, and how many, and also how many women participated in those programs and meetings. This can help to identify whether the processes are reaching, empowering, and benefiting women, as well as the areas that need improvement. Briefly on national policies, they should explicitly address care work and care economy, and they must also acknowledge indigenous and traditional knowledge. We have learned this when we were working with local farmers, that traditional knowledge is important because that's what they are using now to adapt to the impact of climate change. This will promote a bottom-up approach and also a change of attitude and mindset towards gender issues. Consideration of gender-responsive budgeting and funding. Bridging the gap between the funding and budgeting side of both climate change and gender issues is essential to building a sustainable movement that is geared towards achieving sustainable change, service delivery, and building climate resilient, gender responsive cities. And finally, but not least, the national government has to support local municipalities on climate and gender issues, and also to nationalize and implement the UNFCCC Gender Action Plan. There is a lot that is happening at national level in mainstreaming gender into policies, and local municipalities and cities, they need resources and capacity to be supported by the national government. I will stop there, and thank you for listening and looking forward to the Q&A session. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Ndivile Mokoena. So, and again, of course, it's a pleasure to listen to you, and it would be great to even get more information. But regarding time, we have now a little space to raise questions. And before we do that, Sarah put a new Padlet posted a new Padlet in the chat. Just a little announcement: we will adjust the schedule a bit. So more or less, 1:30, 35, we will have a break. Yeah. So, but now I heard there are the one or the other question, Sarah.
Yeah, thank you, Claudia. Actually, thank you so much for the speakers. First of all, it was brilliant presentations, of course, and Titi was also very quick to reply to a question that was written in the Padlet. So thank you, Titi. You can all look at the answer. I don't need to read it out. And now we have one question for Sruthi. And of course, if you want, you can still add questions to the Padlet. I will also repost it. But first, I will read the question to Sruthi and the Indian Gushi team. Also, if anybody else wants to jump in, welcome for that. So the person says, very interesting projects. Did the projects in Delhi or on waste management also help empower women from marginalized caste backgrounds to look for more opportunities for work related to climate protection? So I don't know who from the Indian team.
Yes, Sarah.
Kalyani, thank you.
Yeah, I will answer that question.
Thank you so much.
The answer is yes, of course, it did. Because the actual fact of getting out of the house to do something different from what they were doing, because most of these women were all homemaker. And so for them, coming out of the house, making and getting involved with this activity of making manure and sort of selling it, having an income generation opportunity, that really boosted their confidence. They never thought before that they could do something other than looking after children or cooking at home. So this sort of gave them a scope, a hope that yes, they can get involved in other productive activities as well. And in fact, of course, the corona, immediately after the project was implemented, there was this pandemic. And so, the activities were slowed down. But having said that, during last year, when there was a little relaxation, this ladies again got together and just put a table outside a shopping mall nearby and, put the manure in small pots, put some saplings there, and they tried to sell it. This was all their own innovative ideas. And now they are coming back to us saying that if there is any other activities also, they can get involved so that they can get out of, come out of the house, do some activity, get some extra income and learn something. So that has really empowered them majorly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kalyani. Any further questions or answers? There was a question regarding the whole team. Was it right, Sarah?
No, that was the question.
But this was for
the
everybody.
Indian Gucci team, and I cannot see any further questions at the moment. It is also fine to have the break now, and if there's still more questions, we can collect maybe all
later.
open questions that are still open later. That's not a problem, I think.
Yeah. All right, so we will finish now for the moment and say again a huge thank you. Everybody who's on camera can do that now, all the speakers before the big break. Thank you for this incredible expertise and all this energy coming from it and all these very good recommendations. And we will hear more, we will get to know more after the break, and we will have a break, and we are not going to shorten the break. I will say that with full authority, as I pointed it out, to stay resilient as a change agent for climate change and gender justice, we all need the breaks. So we will see each other in 30 minutes time, and maybe Sarah is so nice to give us the time again. Oh, she did it already, or Farina, when we will see each other again. So have a wonderful break, relax, and looking forward to seeing you again in the afternoon. Bye till then. Ist okay, wenn die Tür aufhört? So, hi Sarah, back again. Shall we wait another minute? What do you think regarding the number of participants?
I think it's fine. We can continue because not everybody has their camera on. And
okay, all right.
I think it's fine. I hope so.
Right. So we do so, yeah. So just welcome back again, or maybe welcome for the first time on this conference on gender into urban climate change initiative, and maybe those who are now with us just now give a short idea what had happened already. Maybe first of all, we should consider and realize that stakeholder variety is getting bigger now, right? So in the beginning, we said that we have a huge amount of civil society, and of course, civil society plays an incredible big role in the whole challenge. And we have people from governments, but now we also get new participants from UN organizations, right, Sarah? You told me. And it's UNFCCC, right? And maybe some others. Also members from science are with us now. And so the variety of stakeholders is getting even broader. Yeah, we have already also people from governments as relevant and important stakeholder groups. So wisdom is getting bigger, and chances to collaborate in a synergetic way are also getting bigger. Yeah, so warm welcome to everybody. And actually we already learned a lot, yeah, about the vital activities regarding the Gamma methodology and the whole Gamma process and how it works. And we learned also that it works and that it is applicable and to many different contexts in many countries and regions, and it's not too impossible to implement. Also something I learned. We got already also valuable recommendations on the countrysides, but we will get also something like an overview in the afternoon, you know, going towards collective recommendations, also towards advocacy and stuff like that. We will get to know more about ICI as a very relevant initiative in this context. So more wisdom to raise on the floor here. And so let me introduce to you the first two speakers from Mexico. There is Denisse Vélez Martínez and Alma Rosa Colin. And maybe about Denisse, she is head of research of policies and budgets for equality and sustainable development at the feminist civil society organization Equidad de Género. And Denisse is a specialist in feminist economics with experience in qualitative and quantitative research methods, and she's currently working as a technical and research support in gender public policies and budgets, women economic rights, and the analysis of the international economic architecture. And Alma, Rosa, Colin, she is a coordinator of policies and budgets for equality and sustainable development at the feminist civil society organization, also Equidad de Género, and she is a specialist in also public policy, advocacy, gender cross-cutting processes, gender responsive budgeting, and the agenda of unpaid domestic and care work. And so a lot of wisdom here with us again regarding the situation in Mexico. And so floor is yours.
Just
please start.
Claudia, maybe if I can just add information that Alma and Denisse are going to speak in Spanish. So for all people who want to follow in Spanish, it's fine. If not, you need to go to English or Indonesian channel.
All right. Thank you, Sarah, for this. Okay, Denisse, are you going to start, right? Yes.
Alma,
No,
Alma is going to start. Okay, fine.
Ok. Bueno, pues buenos días para nosotras. Un gusto estar aquí. Solo comentarles que la presentación va a iniciar un poco más adelante. Yo quiero empezar por compartirles el proceso de incidencia en la política pública que tuvimos como experiencia en nuestro país. Y bueno, primero decir que la incorporación del género en las políticas públicas de cualquier sector implica un largo proceso. Es infinito en realidad, porque remontar siglos de pensar el mundo y diseñar los estados desde la experiencia masculina representa el enorme reto primero de visibilizar a la otra mitad de la población, que somos las mujeres, pero más importante aún, hacer propuestas transformadoras, y en ello fue que invertimos todo nuestro esfuerzo de incidencia para este proyecto. La experiencia en México con la iniciativa de género en las políticas de cambio climático urbano tiene como antecedente que nuestra organización Equidad de Género cuenta con más de 25 años incidiendo en leyes, políticas públicas y presupuestos con perspectiva de género. Por ello fue relativamente pues más accesible el contacto con los gobiernos, aunque ello no significa que hayan desaparecido las resistencias para trabajar sobre la igualdad de género en las políticas climáticas, que usualmente se piensan más relacionadas con lo tecnológico y no con lo social. Tampoco significa que todos los gobiernos tuvieran la misma disposición para aceptar el trabajo conjunto. Había que hacer un largo camino dialogando porque siempre hay resistencias que remontar. En este diálogo, tanto la metodología de Gama como nuestra experticia en políticas de género nos permitió diferenciar el nivel de avance de cada ciudad en la que participamos, ya sea que tuvieran o no un programa de acción de cambio climático con perspectiva de género o acciones para la igualdad de género en el campo de cambio climático. A partir de esta primera diferenciación, diseñamos la estrategia de incidencia en cada ciudad. Partiendo de estos antecedentes, los primeros desafíos que tuvimos con las autoridades encargadas de las políticas climáticas, las voy a enumerar. La primera, bueno, decir que la mayoría de las autoridades gubernamentales encargadas de implementar las políticas de cambio climático no han incorporado el mandato de la igualdad de género en sus programas. Incluso algunas autoridades no lo conocen. Y entre quienes sí han tratado de incorporar el género en su quehacer institucional, persiste la confusión de concebir el género igual a mujeres, lo cual de entrada ya vislumbrábamos que representa un gran problema porque trabajar con mujeres no necesariamente significa promover la igualdad de género. Incluso hay programas o acciones que sin intención mantienen o profundizan las brechas de desigualdad, sobre todo en programas de adaptación que generan cargas de trabajo doméstico y de cuidado no remunerado para las mujeres. En ese sentido era que teníamos que hacer un diálogo profundo con las autoridades para tratar de arribar a este punto de reflexión. Un segundo punto es que después de plantear los objetivos de este proyecto de Gucci, a cada autoridad gubernamental propusimos espacios de capacitación y diálogo con el objetivo de establecer un piso conceptual homologado para las distintas autoridades, aunque incidíamos en distintos instrumentos o programas de trabajo, pero nos interesaba mucho que manejáramos el mismo lenguaje y que identificáramos muy bien los conceptos, el contenido de los conceptos a los que nos estábamos refiriendo. En un siguiente paso, y también de lo que observábamos, es que para los gobiernos en general, la articulación entre el género y cambio climático resultó novedosa, como ya también nos lo comentaron hace rato las compañeras, pero reconocieron no tener la claridad de qué significa exactamente traducirla en un programa o acción concreta, por lo que usualmente nos demandaban el saber cómo se puede hacer este proceso. Ese momento para nosotros fue clave para proponerles que la capacitación que estábamos proponiendo fuera relacionado a los temas de planeación y presupuestación con perspectiva de género, o en otros casos fue la revisión de reglas de operación de programas presupuestados vinculados al cambio climático, porque consideramos que este tipo de instrumentos son oportunidades únicas para incidir no solo en el año fiscal que estaba en curso, sino que incidiera en las normas que rigen los programas o las acciones climáticas urbanas y que tuvieran entonces un impacto de largo alcance y que fueran más institucionalizados, que permanecieran más tiempo. Sabemos que los mayores esfuerzos en cambio climático se centran en las políticas de adaptación, que identifican componentes sociales y están dirigidas a población directa, sobre todo en zonas rurales, y de ahí que muchas veces se desperdicia el potencial de las zonas urbanas. Y en efecto, para los gobiernos resultó más familiar y, o sea, un tema más cercano y lógico pensar a las mujeres en medidas de adaptación que en medidas de mitigación, porque las primeras están más relacionadas con actividades tradicionalmente femeninas, por lo que constantemente en nuestro diálogo señalábamos la notoria ausencia de las mujeres en las medidas de mitigación. Y bueno, porque ahí se pierde la oportunidad de incidir en cambios estructurales que reduzcan desigualdades de género. Entonces, ahí hay una disparidad y un pendiente que queda todavía para profundizar pues, en un futuro. Por otra parte, nos enfrentamos a la escasa interlocución entre las autoridades de cambio climático y los institutos de las mujeres. Por lo que propiciamos espacios de trabajo con ambas partes y junto con nosotras como sociedad civil y otros colectivos para escucharnos e identificar puntos de encuentro que permitieran la construcción de una agenda integral y la interdependencia imprescindible donde cada dependencia aportara desde sus atribuciones como gobierno en la incorporación del género en las políticas climáticas. Aquí el reto al que nos encontramos fue que las distintas autoridades de cambio climático realmente reconocieran en los institutos de las mujeres y la sociedad civil aliados que puedan fortalecer su trabajo, sin dejar de reconocer que quienes tienen la experticia del propio campo de trabajo pues son las autoridades de cambio climático y nosotras más bien con la dimensión del género son quienes podemos hacer ese acompañamiento junto con los institutos de las mujeres, de un acompañamiento más técnico para que realmente se pueda incorporar el género en las políticas climáticas. Y bueno, decirles también que paralelamente a este proyecto se estaba gestando ya desde los puntos focales de género en cada dependencia de gobierno vinculada al cambio climático a nivel nacional, junto con el Instituto Nacional de las Mujeres, para plantear la creación de un grupo interinstitucional de género y cambio climático, el cual ya está, pues está operando, al cual nos invitaron a participar desde la sociedad civil. Este fue un gran logro para nuestra organización en el marco de este proyecto Gucci y es producto de la experiencia y el nivel de interlocución que tuvimos con los distintos gobiernos. porque siempre estuvimos planteando que no es suficiente contar con las leyes más avanzadas para la igualdad entre mujeres y hombres, como las que tenemos en México, que mandatan su incorporación en las políticas climáticas, aunque estén en las leyes, pero en los programas solo se enuncian o se nombran que se tiene que incorporar el género, pero no se sostienen en el diseño e implementación de los programas. También insistimos en que no basta con tener los institutos de las mujeres ni tener unidades de género en cada ministerio o cada instituto como punto focal, si estos puntos focales no cuentan con autonomía y la atribución institucional para la toma de decisiones, así como la capacidad de gestión con todos los niveles institucionales. Y bueno, también otro punto de insistencia en el diálogo ha sido que los datos desagregados por sexo sirven de inicio, pero no son suficientes. Se tiene que llegar a la explicación más de orden cualitativo para explicar las relaciones desiguales de poder, así como las brechas de desigualdad. Actualmente estamos participando en 3 de las 4 comisiones de este grupo de trabajo, que es en la comisión de capacitación, en la de construcción de metodologías en cambio climático con perspectiva de género y en la agenda, una tercera comisión que es la agenda internacional. En los 3 espacios defendemos la postura de que no se podrá avanzar en la igualdad de género en las políticas urbanas de cambio climático si se omite la atención a la desigualdad estructural entre mujeres y hombres, situada en la distribución inequitativa del trabajo doméstico y de cuidado no remunerado. Como sociedad civil no solo estamos entonces diciendo en qué debemos incidir, sino también contribuyendo en el cómo debemos implementar. Y en ese cómo queremos en este momento compartir un ejemplo del trabajo de incidencia con gobierno a través de un ejercicio pedagógico feminista y cuyo contenido está orientado hacia lo transformador. Este ejercicio consiste más en preguntas clave que vamos reflexionando junto con las autoridades para que desde su sector identifique los componentes inequitativos de género. Y desde ese lugar es que mi compañera Denisse va a explicarles este ejemplo.
Gracias, Alma. Y gracias a todas nuestras compañeras que ya nos han compartido su experiencia y que bien Claudia sintetizaba con todo esto que hemos aprendido. Y bueno, lo primero decirles que lo que Alma les acaba de platicar, lo vemos como esta metáfora del iceberg, que es apenas lo que se alcanza a ver en todo lo que implica el trabajo de incorporar la perspectiva de género de manera transversal, no solamente en la agenda climática, sino en todos los sectores. Y el espacio que poco se ve tiene que ver mucho sobre cómo hacerlo. Y en ese sentido pensamos en la otra metáfora que es el de las escaleras, que utilizamos para dialogar con las autoridades en las ciudades mexicanas, que nos lleva a pensar en este camino como una experiencia, un camino sinuoso, que puede ser desgastante, pero que siempre nos alcanza o nos acerca a nuestro objetivo. Así, partimos de un piso donde existen políticas aisladas para abordar los efectos del cambio climático o esfuerzos mucho más consolidados en planes transversales, donde sin embargo se toma como referencia la experiencia de un grupo homogéneo de personas y se excluye la experiencia y las necesidades de las mujeres. Este mismo diseño nos lleva a que todas estas acciones climáticas caigan en la generación de cargas extras de trabajo doméstico y de cuidado no remunerado, la reproducción de estereotipos de género en los cuales se asocia a las mujeres con actividades vinculadas a su rol natural o donde solamente se les piensa como consumidoras y también se les piensa como parte de un grupo más agregado como el de la familia o los hogares. Particularmente notamos esto en las políticas cuyo objetivo principal no es el cambio climático, sino la política social con algún vínculo ambiental, y en aquellas donde se piensa a las mujeres como sujetas pasivas en el desarrollo a través de su rol en la educación, la salud, la alimentación y la salida de la pobreza. De esta forma se ve a las mujeres como un grupo objetivo, como una población por cubrir, y generalmente se observan este tipo de políticas en las vinculadas a la adaptación. La experiencia en México nos lleva a afirmar que es posible movernos de este piso y subir un escalón que significa integrar medidas diferenciadas que atiendan las brechas de desigualdad. Por ejemplo, que no se tome en consideración el requisito de titularidad de una propiedad para acceder a un beneficio y medidas especiales de carácter temporal, como la inclusión de un componente sobre cuidados que permita que las mujeres accedan en mayor proporción a los beneficios de determinada acción climática. Este paso es pensar a las mujeres como sujetas activas del desarrollo, no solo ver sus necesidades prácticas y materiales inmediatas, sino abordar sus intereses estratégicos de género, lo que nos lleva a una modificación de las relaciones de poder en el cual necesariamente se debe tomar en consideración la división sexual del trabajo. Hasta aquí, en este escalón, podemos pensar que ya hemos casi alcanzado la meta, pero no es un camino ascendente, sino de ida y vuelta. En la Ciudad de México partimos de este escalón como un punto de interlocución con quienes operan un programa para hacer frente a la escasez de agua y que consideraban en su diseño el tiempo de trabajo doméstico no remunerado que destinan las mujeres en la ciudad para la provisión de agua. Incluso estaba considerado en los indicadores de resultado. Sin embargo, este es un escalón que fácilmente se puede desmoronar si no se cuestiona la distribución del trabajo entre quienes integran el hogar e incluso la comunidad, y que además también se puede desmoronar con una pandemia. Se asume que las mujeres somos las principales responsables de la transformación en el consumo en el hogar en su conjunto, responsabilizándolas de la acción climática y pensando en los hogares como espacios armoniosos, cuando sabemos que al interior existen relaciones de poder a tomar en cuenta. Así, en una primera evaluación de este programa, se dio cuenta de que no se pensaron otras dimensiones de género, como quién posee el poder de decisión sobre la modificación de la vivienda, quién tiene ingresos suficientes para pagar el mantenimiento o adaptaciones que requiera el sistema de captación, y que los horarios y espacios donde se brindaban los talleres de capacitación para saber cómo utilizarlo y cómo darle mantenimiento no eran libres de violencia sexual, lo que nos regresa varios escalones, pero que pueden llevarnos a su vez a alcanzar nuestra meta si se incorporan medidas especiales y el trabajo entre diferentes sectores, el trabajo articulado, como puede ser a través de una medida especial donde se otorgue un subsidio público que financie las adecuaciones en las viviendas para las mujeres y el mantenimiento de este sistema de captación de agua de lluvia, que se piense en horarios y espacios seguros para la capacitación y la apropiación que tienen del conocimiento, así como su experiencia en ello, la titularidad de la propiedad, la redistribución del tiempo de trabajo doméstico y de cuidado no remunerado, con el objetivo de liberar el tiempo de las mujeres y que ellas tengan la libertad de decidir cómo utilizarlo, y como ni el cuidado, ni los derechos sexuales y reproductivos, ni las violencias de género se suspenden en un contexto de crisis climática. Además, es necesario pensar en una transición energética justa y equitativa para la fuerza de trabajo, donde los cambios en la matriz energética no signifiquen la reproducción de brechas de desigualdad en el trabajo remunerado. Cada uno de los pasos dados se pueden asegurar con los marcos normativos, la planeación y su correspondiente presupuesto público. Su institucionalización es fundamental, donde destaca la relevancia y el liderazgo que deben asumir los mecanismos para el avance de las mujeres y también aquellas dependencias o instituciones vinculadas a la acción climática en las ciudades. Cada escalón es una metáfora para dialogar con las autoridades encargadas del diseño de la política pública, pues son un recurso argumentativo con las cuales se impulsan los mejores cambios posibles en el diseño de políticas y acciones concretas, teniendo como horizonte siempre la trastocación de estructuras. Estás en mute.
Finalmente decir que me parece que muchos de los resultados que fuimos viendo y el tipo de gestión que hicimos se confirman con el reporte del IPCC justamente de cambio climático en materia de adaptación que se acaba de publicar, y sobre todo que hay que volver a revisar justamente los puntos que están recomendando y que refuerzan los resultados que obtuvimos de este proyecto. Muchas gracias.
So thank you a lot, Alma and Denisse, to point out all these, yeah, let's say interrelations and correlations regarding gender and other relevant impacts, aspects. Thank you so far. So please, now I would like to talk to Sarah, and because we need a bit of time now to get the translation, I think. And Sarah and Farina, they also put a new Padlet. And so thank you again to Denisse and Martínez and Alma and all participants who have questions. Please keep the questions, collect the questions. We will have time after the next input to find answers. Yeah, so thank you again so much. Sarah, how is translation working? Or
I have listened to the Spanish Spanish presentation, so I don't know how to.
I think we're good on the interpretation. I just checked with the Indonesian channel, and it seems that
okay.
On point. They were already translating what you were saying, Claudia. So
okay, we can continue, right?
Thank you, Farina.
So wonderful, thank you. So I would like to announce the next speaker. It's Kalyani Raj, and she will talk about overall outcomes and recommendations from the project. So as I understood, it's some sort of synergy also. No? We had already ideas for recommendation, but now it's a big overview or a bigger overview. And before she's going into that, I would like to find a few words about her. She began her working career with the Indian Overseas Bank and worked as an officer for 16 years. She then moved to Hong Kong to continue her work in the financial field for more than 6 years. And she began volunteering at the All India Women's Conference in 1998, initiated and successfully completed several projects for the NGO, primarily focused at a holistic socio-economic empowerment of women approach, to say so. So thank you a lot, and looking very much forward to the overview regarding outcomes. Kalyani Raj, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Claudia. Thank you so much for that introduction. And again, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants, depending on wherever they are. For me, it is.
Did we lose Kalyani?
yeah, I think
She's not with us anymore.
Yeah. Maybe we give it another 2-3 minutes to see if we can rejoin.
Yeah.
We can also look at some questions.
Yes, right. We could. I would suggest that. You know, maybe you can have a look, Sarah, if there are already questions regarding.
Yeah, I can actually share the, I've not done this before, but the Padlet I can also share it. So the first question was answered for Titi, the second one too. And there has been still a question for Ndivile and all Gucci experts. And you can still add questions whenever you like. To Ndivile and all Gucci experts, can you draw a little bit more on the budget and finance issues? How do decision makers and local authorities react to demands for money? How and to whom can you demand for more money in the hands of women's organizations? Is this the issue of gender responsive climate finance? See COP26 and also CSW. Allocating small funds for gender equality being directed to local organizations and being based on grants, not on credits. How have these demands been discussed in your context? Sorry for the long text. Okay, there was a long question, but Kalyani, just for your information, we just briefly want to answer one question while we were waiting for you. So maybe we can do that and then continue afterwards.
Sure. Yeah, sorry about my little disturbance. Yeah.
No problem.
Ndivile, yes. So we will get the answer now.
Yeah, maybe Ndivile or
anybody else who feels
from the good
invited.
Team.
Mm-hmm. Just do you see somebody? just raise your hands or write in the chat. So it's Titi? Yes, okay. All right,
Yo pensaría, Sara,
yeah.
Alma.
Regarding the finance, actually many city government officials do not know that there is finance can be tapped for the climate change issues. So for example, climate financing is not well known to them. Green climate funds, adaptation funds, or green, what they call it, the GEF, Global Environmental Policy. So all the government officials, they mostly do not know about that. And they rely on national budget. But national budget is mostly for the development planning, but less for the climate change, because for the climate change, they expect from the climate financing in form of climate projects like geothermal, dam, infrastructure, and so on and so on. So then it is difficult actually for the local initiative, for initiative by women to tap money, whether it is from the UN base or other sources, because if the official at the local level do not understand the link of climate and gender, that women also affected and women has the initiatives to work on climate change, then so there's a lot of educations actually on climate change, climate finance, but we need also to push for the like the GCF to push for to have a small windows of money to channel to the women initiative at the grassroots levels. Because right now the GCF money is for big projects, millions of dollars, which is cannot handled by the women because they don't have experience. So I mean, that's the situation right now. Money for grassroots initiatives important, but we still need to find a way, whether at international level or national level, to provide that for the women at grassroots. That's what I think, Claudia. You are still muted.
Yeah, I think there was a second
Thank you.
person.
Yes, there was a second person. It was Alma. Do you want to respond directly as well? Thank you, Titi, again.
Gracias. Solo decir rápido que en el caso de los presupuestos de los estados, la clave está en que no hay dinero suficiente para generar más programas y necesariamente una demanda, sino la clave es que los programas que existen más bien tienen que ser reorientados para que efectivamente se contemple esta noción de la igualdad de género entre mujeres y hombres, y eso implicaría entonces no necesariamente generar más gastos, sino eficientar los gastos o más bien el recurso presupuestal que ya está dado para los programas en cada uno de los años fiscales. Solo decir eso.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alma. So, Sarah, what you say? Shall we switch back to
Kalyani?
To Kalyani again? Yes. Kalyani, are you fine with
Yes, I am okay.
the net?
Yes.
Yes, wonderful.
Yes.
So
Thank you.
I give back to you. I give back to you.
Sorry about that, Claudia. Anyway, so to carry on, the findings and recommendations which I'm presenting today, they are consolidated from all the participating country partners, some of which we found common, and some we found specific to our country. And also we tried to put them in different categories, like to sort of highlight what we feel needs to be done for different objectives, as well as for, at the same time for integration at different level. So as Gotelind mentioned right at the beginning, and I think other partners also mentioned, institutionalization is very important. So let me share my screen. Sarah, can I share my screen?
Yeah, you should be able, I think. Can you try?
Right, yeah.
And go to full screen mode?
Can you see?
Perfect.
Can you see
yeah,
now? Okay.
Really fine. Yeah, thank you.
Right, okay. So let me start with the institutional level. The recommendations we have proposed is government should nationalize and implement GAP, Gender Action Plan, with indicators at all levels. So as we all know, while the COP26 adopted the Gender Action Plan, many of the countries have not implemented it at the national level. This should be a good beginning of the gender integration exercise if GAP is nationalized and implemented at all levels of governance with appropriate indicators. Then a gender focal point at national, regional, and local level. Again, under the Gender Action Plan, mandate has been given to all the parties to appoint a focal point. We feel this should be done at the multi-level, again, national, subnational, and local level, with clear definitions of roles and responsibilities so that it works effectively. Overcome the sectored view of gender in urban climate policies. This is important so that appropriate mainstreaming of gender can be done at the national level and replicated at the subnational level as well. The local employment generation should also take into account its climate change impacts and address the gender aspect. So that's why we feel that, gender, the climate plans and gender cannot be viewed separately. It cannot be viewed in the sectored view. It has to be looked at a holistic way. And that is why we suggest that involvement of Ministry of Women Empowerment, gender experts, and women's organizations should be done at all levels. This sort of an extension of the previous point, a joint and coordinated approach among all the ministries, women, health, education, energy, and all the other relevant departments for cross-cutting gender issues would result in formulation of a more effective gender-sensitive climate policy and implementation plans. Next, capacity building. We feel that the local councillors should be trained, empowered to deal with gender differentiated impacts. Now we have seen this while the focus of the national level climate change policies are found to be on capacity building, skill building, or awareness generation, the aspect of differential impacts on women and marginalized go missing, probably because there is no proper evaluation of gender roles and responsibilities. And that's how the gender gaps are created, because socioeconomic aspects are hardly included or discussed at the municipal level, local level. And that's why we feel that gender sensitization training for knowledge enhancement of officials and stakeholders is essential, because again, gender is visible in many policies through the idea of gender neutrality, which is an assumption that a certain policy will benefit everyone by putting everyone in one single box of equality, which doesn't really work. So training sessions, programs, and all the cross-cutting issues of climate change with linkages to gender roles can improve internal coordination and encourage cohesive work in the domain. Next, integrated development plan should be used as a tool to influence policymakers. An integrated development plan, which includes gender considerations, socioeconomic structures, and roles, can be designed and used as a tool to influence the climate change policies and the policy makers. Community involvement, public participation. This is very essential. All the partners have also highlighted it. So we suggest that regular and improvised stakeholder engagement and communication with the general public, because the climate policy needs to be really people-centric. And unless all the stakeholders, including the marginalized and vulnerable section of society, are included in the discussion, neither the policy can achieve its desired goal, nor the public reap the benefit out of the policies. So the community participation and stakeholder engagement at all levels is very essential. Enhance women's organization and community leaders' involvement, participation. I think all my other partners and colleagues highlighted this, how women play a crucial role. And most of the climate policies in almost all the countries are gender neutral or gender blind. So unless it is inclusive in real sense, gender issues are considered, and unless women or gender experts participate in the discourse at all levels, climate action will not be successful and sustainable. Easy, transparent, and approachable mechanism to connect with the governments. And you have heard this even, I think, from Indian recommendation, because a lot of other government also, I mean, I think they have this difficulty. This is more specific to women's organization and community leaders, because women have a unique potential to contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation, and their decisions in everyday life influence the livelihood of not only their own families, but also the surrounding communities, and shape their environment and impact the level of even GHG emission. So, and also civil society organizations, women-led organizations, they can bridge the gap between the government and the citizen if you want to have a people-centric climate policy. So that's why we recommend that women's organization and community leaders' involvement is very essential. Establish a gender-sensitive and responsive complaint mechanism. Again, a very essential one, so that if nothing else, organizations like ours and other participating GUCCI partners can use it as an entry point if necessary and connect with the authorities. And this is more crucial in case of women facing the adverse impacts due to the implementation of policies, which is happening quite frequently these days. And climate mitigation and adaptation actions can reach out. Such women can reach out to the government if there is a system set up. So that's the reason we are putting this recommendation. Now, the principles, recommendations flagged here are fundamentally sort of conceptual things that need to be considered, again, at all levels. So the first one is root cause of vulnerability to be the primary focus. Because only if the vulnerability is assessed appropriately, government can develop a long-term assistance plan or for healthcare system or investment even in social protection programs, or for a gender responsive climate policy, or for even economic recovery post any crisis situation like the pandemic. So root cause is very essential to be assessed. National policies should explicitly address care work and care economy and prevent generating extra burden for women. Just earlier, my colleague from Mexico highlighted it very well. So unpaid domestic and care work with climate policies linked to the environmental care work needs to be part of the climate discourse. Indigenous and traditional knowledge need to be acknowledged. Very, very important one. We have been at the Women and Gender Constituency level also, we have been advocating for it. Then there are enough studies and research conducted on the subject to establish the volume of indigenous and traditional knowledge among women to respond to the climate crisis. But only thing is, these need to be recognized, documented, and propagated. I just wanted to add here for a minute that I just returned today from to Delhi. I live in Delhi, and I returned today to Delhi from another state, Gujarat, which is sort of in the west of India. And I visited a small, the largest district in that state, which is called Bhuj. And that happens to be in the India-Pakistan border area. So when I was just driving through, I saw a memorial of a sort of women constructing road. It looked like women are constructing road. So I stopped there and I looked at it and I asked the driver, what is this? So he told me that in 1971, when India-Pakistan war took place, I believe there was a bombing and the entire runway was spoiled and it was all broken. And the community, local women, mostly the women, under the guidance of men, but most of the labor was done by women. Within 72 hours, they had their own solution of road construction with the local material, and they constructed that airbase, I mean the runway, within 72 hours. So that's the sort of woman power we are talking about. Develop climate actions that respect women's human rights, mainstream gender, and strengthen urban resilience. The climate policies can meet reduction targets, enumerate and quantify benefits only when these considerations are taken care of at multi-level governance. Gender equality is, of course, a human right, and there cannot be climate justice without gender justice, again, as highlighted by our Mexican colleague before me. Now, what are the strategies we can recommend for having a gender-sensitive climate policies or integration of gender into urban climate change policies? This is more city-centered, effective public transport system with support to access various services. Now, this recommendation is drawn from more mundane or sort of a personal experience because, sorry, in a typical family, men and women both are working. And while most of the time men travel from point to point, like, workplace to home, most of the time women, while returning from work, will probably stop by grocers, pick up dry clean, or pick up children from pressure school. Basically, may have several stops before they reach home. So, and having an effective public transport system will facilitate their movement, save a lot of time and work for them. Upgrade city planning designs. A regular review of the design, planning, operation, and evaluation of city climate action according to the emergency would really help. Consider socio-economic and environmental architecture of cities. The requirements specific to gender and sexual identities need to be reflected in the policies that are formulated and the ways in which they are implemented. Again, drawing example from the pandemics or any other crisis situation, responses should be oriented in a planned way to respond to the diversity of roles of women and men equally. And just now, as my colleague from Mexico mentioned, that when we use the word gender, most of the time the authorities feel we are talking about women. They don't understand that we are talking about gender role, different gender roles and responsibilities. And that's probably one of the reasons they don't encourage meeting. Okay, then train women professionally to enhance their capacity as first responders. For this, the existing disaster management policies need to be inclusive and prepared with the consultation of representatives from different sections of society, because in most cases, when disaster strikes, good number of women and children are home, and it falls mostly on women to come up with some immediate response measures. And so there, that inherent capacities should be professionally upgraded. Mapping of resources, specifically with involvement of women's organization, women. Again, this we have seen this with the rapid urbanization. Mapping of pre-existing natural resources is essential to prevent mainly misutilization of the place. There have been a number of cases where we have seen that dry water bodies have been taken up for commercial use or habitat construction. This can be avoided if proper mapping exercise was done. And again, women play a very crucial role in this because they form a close connect with the community due to their social roles and responsibility and may have a lot to contribute. Now we are talking about our recommendations relating to approaches, methods, and data. Ensure equity and gender mainstreaming in policies at multi-level. We have gone over it again. This is fundamental objective of the entire Gucci project and needs to be assured in the drafting, implementing, reviewing at all levels. Enhance knowledge and awareness about gender integration among policymakers. Again, very essential because it could help in their identifying more concrete and inclusive ways to combat climate change and increase their willingness to have a transparent, participatory, and bottom-up approach to climate action. And this can also ultimately result in reducing gender inequality as well. Gender responsive budgeting at national as well as at subnational level. We have already spoken about it earlier. In the current time, let's call it hopefully post-pandemic situation. I would rather hopefully say that. This is even more necessary because to build back better, the government relief measures need to be adequate, inclusive, and accessible. And for that, a gender responsive budgeting at all the levels is very essential. Climate action review strategy should include risks, vulnerability, and resilience capacity assessment, especially of women and other marginalized groups, because it would then increase the gender capacity in climate response measures. And evaluation mechanism should also ensure institutional capacity and improved coordination, and should track changes in well-being and resilience. Sex and gender disaggregated data compilation, a very, very, very crucial one. Again, my colleagues have spoken about it. Titi mentioned what challenges she faced without data, availability of data, or the sort of a confusion in data wherever available. Colleagues from Mexico also spoke about it, very crucial. And to have a representation, and this is also an essential for having a representation in the decision-making process, and to include the minority group in policy formation stage. Now, multi-level governance, these recommendations are this national government to support subnational and local government on gender integration, because when this is done at the top level, appropriate templates can be created and provided and shared, and it can filter down well to the lower level. Moreover, sometimes resources and capacity of subnational and local government may not be able to support such exercise. So the support from national government would certainly facilitate an efficient urban city action plan. Supplementary climate action plans for bigger cities, because the subnational or state level climate action plans may be designed for all the cities within the state, irrespective of the size, topography, population, and urbanization situation. So a supplementary climate action plans, particularly in case of big cities, can help in responding to any emergent situation, strengthen resilience, and even mitigate the crisis to some extent. Interinstitutional articulation and coordination among government departments, very, very crucial again, because this is more to address the silo functioning many a times of a different department in the context of climate change when they are doing. The lack of coordination impacts an overall holistic approach towards climate action, and again, appointment of gender focal point could reduce this gap significantly. Effective involvement of researchers, academics, practitioners for appropriately mainstreaming gender, because we feel that the advocacy work will be more fruitful and effective if it is based on appropriate research and studies. This will create an understanding of all the gender roles and responsibilities for creating a suitable training model. Thank you. I'll close my presentation here, and I'll be very happy to answer any questions with my colleagues if there is. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kalyani, to give us all these wonderful recommendations, this synergy, and there is a lot I see yes, on these various levels, from capacity building to public participation. And well, now it's time. So thank you. And again, here, the audience, to stay alive regarding all this wisdom. Now the audience is asked. Sarah, are any questions? I'm not sure. Do you have an overview regarding our Padlet? Because if there are not so many questions, anymore, maybe we need some energy. Yeah, but Sarah.
Yeah, I think we need some energy. I think what we wanted to do as a little little break for everybody and animation is that Denisse wanted to show spontaneously the video that they made as an animated video in Mexico within the realm of the project. And thankfully also Marina has written that she would do the interpretation for Indonesian, because the video would be in English and Spanish subtitles, or other way around. No, Spanish with English subtitles.
And Sarah, how long will it be?
Denisse, it is 3 minutes or so.
3 minutes. Okay.
I don't remember exactly, but it's maybe nice to see something briefly that is not a presentation and that we can all enjoy. Okay, I'm waiting for Denisse actually to be able to share the screen, and I think you need to click also on, well, you know how to do it, I think.
Listo, ¿se puede ver?
Yes, we can see it.
Los océanos se calientan. El nivel del mar aumenta. el hielo ártico disminuye y los glaciares se derriten. Fuertes lluvias, ciclones, inundaciones, olas de calor y sequías son más frecuentes y severas. Estos fenómenos son producidos por el exceso de la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero, que incrementan la temperatura promedio del planeta, lo que conocemos como cambio climático. Esta emergencia climática afecta de manera distinta las vidas y el bienestar de las personas en las comunidades de todo el mundo. Mujeres y hombres viven los impactos del cambio climático de manera diferente, por las brechas de género que producen desigualdades en todos los ámbitos y contextos históricos. Veamos cómo Julia y Pedro enfrentan en su vida cotidiana las consecuencias del cambio climático en una ciudad.
Las fugas de gas LP representan el 20% del total de emisiones que originan problemas de contaminación atmosférica con importantes riesgos para la salud.
¡Qué calorón! Prepare el bloqueador, no se sobreexponga y cuide a niñas y niños y personas adultas mayores. El Instituto Nacional de Ecología y Cambio Climático advirtió que en nuestro país, en los últimos 5 años, se incrementó la temperatura entre 1.2 y 1.7 grados debido al cambio climático. Es el periodo más caluroso en los últimos 70 años. En las ciudades mexicanas, los culpables de este aumento son los combustibles fósiles que se consumen en el transporte, la industria y en menor medida en la combustión habitacional.
La movilidad en las ciudades es distinta para mujeres y hombres. Las mujeres utilizan sobre todo el transporte público y por lo general los viajes relacionados con el cuidado los realizan caminando, mientras que los hombres hacen mayor uso de automóviles particulares para dirigirse a sus empleos.
En la Ciudad de México, por cada 1,000 habitantes circulan 588 vehículos y en los últimos 10 años, en la ciudad de Tlaxcala, se duplicó el número de vehículos en circulación.
La industria de la moda produce el 10% de las emisiones de carbono a nivel mundial.
El 97% de las emisiones de carbono negro proviene del transporte que utiliza diésel.
En México, el 50.9% de hidrofluorocarbonos, un tipo de gas de efecto invernadero, proviene del consumo de aire acondicionado.
La investigadora Alice Poma afirma que en el centro histórico de la Ciudad de México se reportan 4 grados más de calor en relación con otras zonas de la urbe. Este fenómeno se llama isla de calor y es común por el diseño e infraestructura de las ciudades.
El desfase en las temperaturas heladas y la mayor intensidad de lluvias, granizadas y vientos han afectado los terrenos de cultivo en Tlaxcala, disminuyendo la producción local de alimentos.
Mujeres y hombres dependemos del agua y de la energía para realizar nuestras actividades diarias, pero su uso, gestión y generación son diferentes para unas y otros.
La falta de agua derivada de las sequías obliga a las mujeres a invertir más tiempo en el trabajo doméstico y de cuidado no remunerado, pues son las encargadas de la recolección y gestión de este líquido vital.
Las mujeres utilizan más energía en electrodomésticos para el bienestar de todas las personas del hogar, y en su mayoría los hombres usan aparatos electrónicos para el ocio individual. Cortes, fallas e incrementos del costo de la energía eléctrica afectan más a las mujeres que a los hombres.
Precipitaciones más intensas en las ciudades ocasionan que la infraestructura urbana, ya de por sí insuficiente, quede dañada o destruida, lo que incrementa los tiempos de traslado y la emisión de gases y produce más accidentes e inundaciones.
Actualmente las enfermedades relacionadas con el cambio climático son más comunes, como padecimientos gastrointestinales y respiratorios, el estrés por calor, malaria, dengue, Zika y chikungunya.
En México, las mujeres trabajan 6.2 horas más que los hombres. Si solo consideramos el tiempo de trabajo doméstico y de cuidado no remunerado, la diferencia es de 24.5 horas adicionales en promedio a la semana. Esta brecha de género se agrava con los impactos negativos del cambio climático y por la política climática basadas en soluciones tecnológicas y de mercado que pretenden ser neutrales y no consideren las relaciones injustas de género y las cargas de trabajo de las mujeres. La efectiva reducción de emisiones y adaptación al cambio climático requiere más que acciones individuales. Necesita cooperación global para atender las desigualdades estructurales y alcanzar el desarrollo sustentable. Sin justicia de género, no hay justicia climática.
Thank you so much for the contribution, Kalyani, again, and the video. Thank you so much. Is it possible to get the video? May I ask, as a link, and maybe we can post it in the chat if it is publicly available? Would this be possible? Sarah, do you know that?
Yeah, we can post it, of course.
Yeah, sure.
We will
Okay,
also upload
yeah.
it to the website, of course.
Yeah.
But Denisse can post it in the chat already.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
The English version and also the Spanish version.
Thank you so much. That was nice.
Okay. All right. And so for the moment, Sarah, do you have more questions? Because otherwise I would just like to suggest at least to have a short break, and then with this energy of all the recommendations, the collective ones, and the video to go into the last round and to have energy to get to know more about ICI, and then a little bit of a summary and feedback time. Would this be okay? 5 minutes break? Gotelind, 10 minutes, no break. Give me an impression.
No break.
No break at all.
Two brief contributions.
Yes. Okay. It just depends on you. I don't. If there is a necessity for a biological break, I would suggest 3 minutes or something like that. But if not needed, let's ask the speaker maybe. Yeah, Judith, Commenges. Would it be okay for you directly to start?
I'm flexible. Yeah, I can start now. Flexible. No problem.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe people can take individual breaks then.
Okay, so take individual break, right? And so I'd like to just give Judith the word, as she is working for the Gender Focal Point for Urban Planning, Infrastructure and Mobility. And she will talk about the gender strategy of the German International Climate Initiative, ICI, as Sarah told it already or talked already about it. And yes, floor is yours, Judith.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will, you should see my screen right now. Is that the?
Yes, it's loading.
Hello. Yeah, okay, great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, but
wonderfully.
it's not yet here.
It seems to
just see that you are sharing the screen, but it's not yet arrived.
We see you, but not the slides.
We cannot hear you. I think the video, Judith, we cannot hear you.
So,
Judith,
no, it should be okay.
No. Judith, can you send, or do you like to send the video to Sarah? Maybe she can.
The presentation, you mean?
The presentation, yes, not the video, the presentation.
Yeah, sure.
I have sent it to Farina this morning.
Yeah, then Farina can share it maybe.
Okay.
So she can try to share, right?
But you cannot see my screen right now?
No, we just see your video.
Oh, okay. Then let me try again. It seems like internet was not working, but now it should work.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So then, thank you very much. I will try to keep it short because I think everybody really needs a break. But I would like to first use the opportunity to thank all the project partners who has given us today insightful presentations on the concrete measures implemented within the Gucci project. It's also great for us, and by us, I mean the ministry and Z2G, to see that the project has achieved so much. And I'm also convinced that the International Climate Initiative itself can build on the results and recommendations presented today. So what I would like to present you today is how the International Climate Initiative, so I would say ICI from now on, intends to integrate gender in the future. And I will show you in the next slides basically the main components of the gender strategy for the ICI. The strategy itself has been presented already in November during the COP26. And yeah, maybe interesting for you is that my presentation is kind of a preview for a formal event that will take place next Monday at 1 a.m. It's an event hosted by the Federal Ministry for Environment, Nature, Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection. And it's basically a webinar for all implementing organizations of the ICI to give some more details on the ICI gender strategy and what it means for implementing organizations. Yeah, so maybe for those who maybe don't know the International Climate Initiative, it is basically the main instrument of the Federal Ministry of Environment to support international climate action, but also biodiversity. So here is, are the main reasons why the ICI program aims at gender mainstreaming at all program level. Well, I mean, you are, maybe not all of you, but a lot of you are already gender experts, but it's a little a way to embed the gender strategy in the ICI. So basically trying to tackle gender norms, roles, and relations that have a significant impact on access and agency over resources. I mentioned that the ICI is dealing not only with climate change, but also on biodiversity loss, and that's a very important aspect of the ICI program in general. So that's why we are trying to implement the gender mainstreaming, not only for climate change, but also regarding biodiversity loss. I think, I'm guessing that a lot of you do not need further detailed definitions on gender, but I also wanted to anchor the ICI gender strategy in this context and to stress on the intersectionality approach linked to it. So maybe some of you already know this will of power and privilege but I think it illustrates very well, the fields of potential discriminations and how these fields are wide and numerous at the same time. The goal of the ICI gender strategy is really, on the one side, to have a gender responsive approach for the project implementation, and at the program level to aim at a gender transformative approach. So actively considering the impact of our projects and the funding program on gender relation and reducing gender-based discrimination. So yeah, you've seen here the gender integration continuum from UN Women. It's just to illustrate where the ICI aims to be active. So yeah, gender sensitive is not enough. About the content of the ICI gender strategy, I can say that it's on the one side, it is based, of course, on existing political and international framework, such as UNFCCC, but also the Convention on Biological Diversity, and also the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. At the program level, the strategy for the ICI aims to follow a do no harm approach, and also to stress on the local content. So that's why the civil society organizations are very important within the ICI, and should be also in future very important. When we are looking at the 4 funding areas of the program, so we have mitigation, adaptation, natural carbon sinks, so it's not only but a lot of forest projects, and also biodiversity. So these are the 4 fundings area. The ICI gender strategy has already identified several starting points. So for mitigation, it would be the energy needs and consumption patterns. For adaptation, differentiated vulnerability. And for natural carbon sinks, land access, also really as a priority to link gender with this topic. And for biodiversity, it's mainly the gender-specific ecosystem knowledge. That's, of course, not all the challenges that the ICI gender strategy aims at tackle, but I would say that's the first one. I would like now to go into more details because the ICI gender strategy has 5 strategic fields of action. The first one deals with governance, scope, and accountability. It mainly addresses the framework for the German ministry, the ZUG, for which I work. So it's for those who don't know ZUG, it's the responsible body managing the ICI on behalf of the Ministry of Environment. And this first field of action also deals with the development of a gender action plan. I will come to that later. Another main component of the strategy is to develop criteria for implementing organization and also to adapt all the processes of the program. So it means that we aim at anchoring gender in the project cycle. First of all, in the project outline, and also make gender analysis by the submission of projects as a standard, and also mainstream gender during all the phases of the project. So during planning, but also implementation, and also taking into consideration monitoring and evaluation. The third field of action of the gender strategy is to enhance the competence, the gender competence, internally and externally. Internally, it means for the ministry and ZUG as agency, but also for implementing organizations. And the two last aspects are knowledge management and communication, as well as resources and budget. Now, when we look into details at the Gender Action Plan, which is really there to give substance, so to say, to the strategy and to implement concrete measures to achieve the goals of the strategy. So the Gender Action Plan, GAP, aims at determining successful approaches for gender mainstreaming for the whole program, but also to support the needs of implementing organizations such as GenderCC today, and also to identify potential and funding approaches for gender transformative measures. Yeah, that's what I said earlier, that gender responsive is really a standard, will be and shall be a standard for the project implementation, but that the IKI gender strategy is also aiming as at a more general gender transformative approach. Yeah, to that purpose, to develop the GAP, we have made, so to say, research work and a lot of analysis, and we have also conducted a lot of interviews with several kinds of stakeholders, such as implementing organizations, but also donors, other donors and development services and agencies. We have conducted also interviews with the ministry. And this all, analysis also of the IKI portfolio. So which projects do we have? Was so to say the base to develop the Gender Action Plan. Now in the Gender Action Plan, we have already a timeline. It still needs to be confirmed, and it is maybe likely to evolve also with time. But basically, we have the main targets and products for the next 2 years, so 2022 and 2023. That we, so as when I say we, I mean Ministry and CETUG, will develop to support implementing organization in the integration of gender in IKI projects. So there is, in the summer, there is an upcoming IKI call, and the idea is to implement a webinar for applying organizations to inform about the gender criteria for that purpose. There will be also the guidelines that are already in place for the IKI projects will be updated with the gender perspective. And there will be also a FAQ on that purpose to inform as well as possible maybe the organizations that are maybe less aware of the gender aspects, as in the Gucci project, which is quite an exception in the IKI world. There will be also a gender help desk with an IKI gender email address to support any kind of applying organizations. The IKI Gender Action Plan also aims in 2022 to make every event gender responsive, so the events hosted by the IKI, and also to implement guidelines for gender responsive events in order for implementing organization to have some tools to do it themselves during project implementation. 2022 we also have specific measures for IKI interface projects. IKI interface projects are basically projects that are in some countries, such as Mexico or South Africa, where there is a project really only responsible for networking and knowledge transfer within the IKI community. We also aim at developing a guideline for gender-sensitive language in German, and German should be there until summer, and also for other languages. Regarding capacity building, we are right now focusing on gender trainings for the personnel at C2G. That's so to say what's planned for this year. And next year, we would like, with the gender action plan, to make gender analysis mandatory for all new projects, and thereby also ensure a do no harm approach, as I said earlier. And we are also developing right now, but it won't be implemented until 2023. But the idea is to develop a community of practice based on needs of implementing organization. We are developing the concept right now. And the idea would be really to have a toolbox for every implementing organization with best practices and tools for gender analysis, so that every project, and not only project with gender experts on boards, can implement EQ project on a gender responsive way.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your attention. Maybe I could post in the chat the link of the webinar that will take place on Monday, in case you're interested and want to register. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Judith, for giving this presentation of ICI with all these action plans. Thank you so much. And I would say, again, now do this. We need now, final energy for the last round. Thank you, Judith. And I will switch over to Gotelind, who will digest a bit for us in terms of looking at the conclusions and maybe also an outlook how GenderCC will continue work and what is needed there. And we will work parallel now. Sarah will put a Padlet in the chat, we'll post it. And we also would like very much to invite you to give some sort of feedbacks, relevant learnings, suggestions, and maybe also motivation to continue work or to collaborate. You will find that in the chat. And now I pass over Gotelind. So what you say after this? It was a long day with a lot of input and a lot of wisdom. What to do with it? What do you think?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, thanks to Judith. So we're really happy to hear more about the ICI gender strategy, and I hope that our projects, not only this one but also earlier projects, helped a little bit to move this agenda forward at ICI. This is really great. So first, before I come to the conclusions, please allow me to start with a little bit of a personal remark. So this Gucci project, even though I'm not the person who is into fashion, but this Gucci project is really a matter to my heart. So when I started to draft the proposal, I had been working for 15 years with cities in Europe on climate change, and I think for like 10 years or so on gender and climate change. And I was keen to bring these issues together when I started to think about the proposal. That was like 7 years ago. And I was lucky to find passionate and competent partners, colleagues, and friends to develop this approach further and make this project a reality. I think that these experiences we heard now during the day show that working towards low carbon resilient cities does not only go very well together with working towards gender equality, but also that the deep transformation we need requires the full integration of gender justice. So we have learned a lot what is needed for this. So I refer to well, not only the experiences and national recommendations, but also to the international recommendations. So the summary of recommendations Kalyani has presented, so I won't repeat them, of course. So I am sure for the future that in all their diversity, our partners will continue working on this, let's say, on this triangle, cities, climate change, gender justice, which now even has become a square, including the challenges due to the pandemic. And we have also worked a little bit on the pandemic, and what we learned is that it definitely underlines and strengthens our policy recommendations we made already, and some particular recommendations were added on the response to the pandemic and the linkage in particular health and climate change. This is all interlinked. So I suppose that the partners will continue this work. So for instance, I think GenderCC Southern Africa, I suppose they will work with more cities who already expressed their interest, such as, for instance, Cape Town. They already said they would like to work with this approach. And of course, also with SALGA, the local government association. And I suppose that the All India Women's Conference will work with their numerous branches in many, many cities in India to engage them with a similar approach and realize also many practical and replicable projects. And I suppose that also AXI and Solidaritas Perempan in Indonesia might work with their many local branches and also develop further their model green district and green space activities in some cities. And finally, Equidad de Género in Mexico, I suppose they will continue to combine Gucci's Gamma approach with the gender budgeting, where they have great experience and expertise in. Here at the GenderCC office, we are planning a project with German cities and maybe later on with other cities in other high-income countries to raise the gender climate change nexus at urban levels in these countries and adapt the approach to our situation. And I hope that our current partners will provide us with some South-North knowledge transfer and share their experience they made. So in conclusion, I think there is now a well-tested approach and a procedure with rich experience of the partners to address climate and gender justice at urban levels. And it works for other levels as well, as we have seen in the second part of the project. And this can be used by women's and other civil society organizations, as well as by city representatives and urban policymakers. They can use Gamma for a self-assessment. So in particular, we would be delighted if more civil society groups and cities would take up our approach and make use of the Gamma booklet and the e-learning course we provide. Also, city associations such as C40 or national associations of mayors have demonstrated their interest already. So there are, for instance, in Brazil, there is a national association of female mayors who are interested in this work. In any case, we see a great role for civil society to raise awareness, to provide capacity building, and to continuously push for climate and gender justice, and also monitor urban climate change policies. In particular, it is women's organizations we are targeting as GenderCC, as many of them. So you heard that these 4 organizations we have been working with, they are pioneers, but many other women's organizations are not yet involved in climate change policy. And we believe it would be essential for them, not only to prevent negative impacts of climate change and of climate change policies, but also to make use of the potential benefits of gender responsive climate policy for women and for marginalized people and in general for gender equality. So this means for us, we would like to roll out this program to other countries, to other cities, to other potential partners. And I just saw on the slide from Iki, from Judith, that there's also something about the community of practice. And this is also something we would suggest, to create a community of practice dealing with gender responsive urban climate policy all over the world. And of course, finally, we have to raise funds for these activities and also make funding available for gender responsive urban climate action. And also we have to make the information available to cities how to access this funding. Yeah, so these are my conclusions, and you're of course welcome to add your conclusions in the Padlet. And I would like to finally say thanks to the participants, to the project partners, to the GenderCC team who did a great job, to Claudia, our moderator, thanks a lot, and of course the interpreters. And finally, a huge thanks to the German government and the IKI program, including the ZUG agency, to make this possible and providing continuous support. Thank you.
Wonderful. Gotelind, thank you so much as well. So very, very last words. I just look to Sarah. Sarah, do you have, is there activity on the Padlet regarding the feedback and the evaluation?
Yes, a little bit, especially from Albani Santiago from Brazil. She was already asking how to get more information about the project and practical support, and we will be in touch with her and directly, I think. And yeah, I can only encourage others to give us a little bit of feedback on the project and what you have heard today. That would be really helpful for us. Yeah, thanks.
And
Claudia.
will it be open here for a bit longer time?
Yes,
or
yes.
so that people can use the Padlet?
Yes, you can use it
okay.
even in the next days if you like.
Okay.
Yeah, I will post it again.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. So final words. Thank you to all of you, everybody, all participants, and specifically also Sarah, Farina, Gotelind for this great teamwork in advance. Thank you so much. I learned a lot and I understood much better how relevant gender is regarding urban climate politics. And of course, I know how important funding is. So thanks to all of you, also all donors here in the room, and everybody, all the partners also from my side. Thank you a lot. It was a pleasure collaborating with you, and take care. Find a good balance between self-care and rebellion. And in this sense, all the best for you. Bye-bye.
We still have one open question by Maria Jose Lubertino, if you maybe want to jump in still. But I think, yes, of course, everybody who's exhausted after this day, feel free to, you know, maybe take a walk, take a break from the screen. But Maria, please go ahead.
Oh, I have put in the chat that we as a network, we are working in Buenos Aires in the same address, in the same line, and we are trying to engage with this project or with the colleagues, at least the colleagues in Mexico, because we have presented projects internationally working on against extractivism from an ecofeminist perspective, and it's very large what we are doing. Perhaps I could send some information to you, or some papers that we have written, most of them in Spanish, but we have some few papers in English, and I would like to contact the different projects. And I have been in Berlin, I have been in New York, in contact with some feminists working in these issues, but really I will appreciate to receive, you have my email, but I will appreciate to have more close relationship with the different proposals in the different cities. And another question is if you are in contact with other networks working on city issues, because I think that we have to try to be inside the mainstreaming issues on cities, because our perspective is very important.
Thanks a lot for your interest. So we'll definitely come back to you with more information, and also establish a link to our partners, in particular our partners in Mexico, because there is not a language problem. There are no networks, as far as I know, who are specifically working on gender-responsive urban climate policy. So I think we have really been a pioneer for this topic. But of course, there are networks, city networks, and I'm sure you know the C40 city network, and they, yeah, but I think you know them, and they have put now quite some work into inclusive and also at least gender-aware approaches to climate policy. Maybe it's not as far-reaching as our approach, I would say, but I think among the different city networks, I know like ICLE and so on, they are the ones who are the most gender-aware. And they have all these tools around, yes, but feel free to come back to us. We would love to work with you.
Okay, the last question. I am going to New York tomorrow. I would like to know if any of you, or if there is any partner in New York working on these issues in that city.
Not yet, not yet. Because, you know, in the US, there are other organizations who work on gender and climate change, and yeah, maybe we do. I think they have started also to address cities. Yeah,
but no,
these are the only ones who I know that who well work on urban issues.
That's right. Well, thank you very much, and I will return to you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, I see there are questions here and there, so thank you. Maybe nevertheless, we now, end formally. So if there are questions, if there are just suggestions, if there are any kind of comments, please don't hesitate to use the Padlet. It will be accessible, and you can write whatever is relevant in the moment, and also questions to the organizers, of course. So please feel invited and free to use it, and it will be open also the next years. Next years not, but next days, as Sarah pointed it out. Yeah. All right. So goodbye to everybody. Again, hard to say goodbye. We'll try. Yeah. Take care and let's rock it. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.